Hey everybody, happy Saturday, and happy long holiday weekend for those that are in the US like me. Let's just set this to... yeah. We're gonna kind of play it by ear this time, but we're gonna start with Mario Party... no, we're gonna start with Versus Pinball and then move on to Mario Party Superstars. So, let's jump right into it. Okay. It's been a while since I did one of these. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. That is... no, I forgot to put a button for this on my stream deck. There we go. That's more like it. Yeah, happy Saturday, Clackaboy. Thanks for showing up. I've got a lot going on today, so a lot of stuff I had to balance the audio for, but... so for different parts of the stream, I'm going to have to readjust the volume for the game. Well, not the game so much, but a lot of the videos I'm watching. My volume for my personal mic and for the game should be consistent, though I'm going to have to turn the game down a little later. When I say game, I just mean Versus Pinball here. Oh, cool. Glad you're able to get a lot of enjoyment out of them. I do intend to go in and to all the E3 press conference videos, I'm gonna break those up into, just for E3 2003, just for E3 2004, 5, and so on. For 2012, I'm gonna do the pre-E3 Nintendo Direct and the actual stage show for 2012. I'm gonna do that as a single video, because I kind of went hand in hand. Because I meant to do some sort of coverage or commentary on those videos for a while. I mean, for those press conferences, and since I did it on stream, I can just cut it up and throw it right there into the up on YouTube. So I have individual videos for those. Another thing I've wanted to do, and I'm probably going to record. What I'm going to do is record off-stream gameplay without a webcam for Sonic the Hedgehog for the 8-bit Sonic the Hedgehog 1. Do both the Master System and the Game Gear versions. I'm probably going to focus on the Game Gear version, and I want to do a sort of a walkthrough video of them. And there are a lot of, I don't mind just a video of just a playthrough of the game with no commentary, but I find it annoying when people post like a video of what they call a walkthrough, and it's just raw video of them playing the game. It's not, there's no commentary on, oh, watch out for this particular trap, or you can find a hidden thing over here. But you just have to watch them play the video. There are no chapters or anything like that. So it's not like back in the day, when I'd rent a video from the store that was like a walkthrough of Ocarina of Time, they'd have commentary, maybe make a couple of jokes, but they have commentary, show you how to, if you look at Aqualung, I think it's called Aqualung Game Reviews. It's a YouTuber. He's been around for a while, and he's been doing videos in the very same 2008, 2009 style of making YouTube gameplay reviews and walkthroughs. When I say a walkthrough of the 8-bit Sonic the Hedgehog game for Game Gear and Master System, I mean a proper walkthrough like that. A video guide, the video equivalent of like a GameFAQs guide. Now, there have been a couple of very good videos recently, like GTV did a good video about the history of that Game Gear Master System Sonic game, how, Uzo Koshiro basically got his family to join him in making a small company just to do the 8-bit port of the game, and such like. And in that video, I also want to do some videos of covering some of the different hacks, like the Valley Bell mod, that puts in the FM sound compatibility into the Master System version of the game. I played that on stream a couple of times. And also the mod where there's a mod that came out recently that takes the Master System version of Sonic and upgrades it with... it's still for Master System, but it upgrades it to more closely resemble... like, the stage layouts are identical, but they upgrade the music, the sprite work, and the theming of the stages to more closely resemble the Genesis version. Oh, Dr. Sparkle, that's going to be one I need to check out. But, yeah, I'm definitely going to put that in my back pocket. But ones I'll mention that I know of are GTV definitely does a lot of good video game coverage. Like, for instance, there's a lot of videos about how Yume Kojo Doki Doki Panic was converted into the Western version of Super Mario Bros. 2. But what GTV did, which I think is great, is he actually did a little half-hour-ish sort of documentary explaining what Yume Kojo was, that it was kind of a sort of a World's Fair type series of festivals and events that was put on by a major Japanese television station to promote their upcoming season of shows and to promote basically promoting the 90s to come, and this being like the late 80s, basically promoting the 90s as a preview of the coming millennium. And I think that's a really cool perspective on Yume Kojo Doki Doki Panic that really isn't explained. Like the fact that a lot of the theming of masked characters and masked performers in Doki Doki Panic, and a lot of which did get carried over into Super Mario Bros. 2, was because the Yume Kojo Festival was themed around a lot of traditions in South and Central America of masked festivals and carnivals. And so that's a whole aspect of Super Mario Bros. 2 that became integrated into enemies like the Shy Guys and the Snippets and the Breezos, that really, even with all the people saying, oh, did you know that that Super Mario Bros. 2 in the West was actually Doki Doki Panic in Japan? But they don't go into that context for it. So he does a lot of really great sort of documentary footage like that. He actually lived in Japan for a number of years and worked professionally there in television and media. So he has a lot of perspective there as well. He did a good video recently about Hogan's Alley, the NES light gun game, and the context for how Hogan's Alley became named that, which amazingly goes all the way back to like 1910s newspaper comics. So it's kind of a thing you never, he goes a lot further into the history than you typically expect. So it's a really one of those nice channels to watch. Now, mind you, I've had to cut back on a lot of my YouTube viewing, and not that I viewed it so much that I wasn't being productively occupied, but the act of viewing YouTube videos just causes YouTube to recommend you more similar videos that you're likely to find interesting, and every few months I have to step back and think, okay, I've got more than 100 videos on my watch later list, and I'll close my eyes, and at random, without looking, delete 10 of those from my watch later list, and I look back and I don't even notice which 10 videos I deleted. And it's like, okay, so that means I could have went the rest of my life without seeing those 10 videos and never would have thought about it again. I need to cut back. Will I be enjoying fireworks on Monday? I didn't really think much about that. I'm probably just going to, stay home and be quiet. Yeah, there's no major fireworks shows that I bothered looking up in my local area. If there was someone local to me who wanted to go and called me up, maybe I'd consider joining them, but I'm probably just gonna hang out at home. But one thing I did do earlier today, I went to this restaurant. It's about like a 20-minute drive away from me. I went there once, many months ago. It was like maybe in the early fall. It wasn't quite coat weather yet. But it was sort of this natural foods kind of restaurant. There was one I liked a lot near where I used to live before I moved to where I'm at now. But I went there and because I didn't realize till I did intend to go there today before I streamed, but I didn't realize that they were open for breakfast and brunch. So I was able to go and have some nice freshly prepared breakfast food, which was nice. What did I have? I had like avocado toast with a couple of fried eggs on it and a bunch of sprouts and green stuff. And, like, I think it was baby spinach. It was great. I took a picture of it. I know there's kind of this taboo or this cliche of like, oh, these darn millennials taking pictures of their food and whatnot and da-da-da, and so I'm like, when a food is really really well presented, it's clear that someone trained and practiced to be able to cook and prepare and present food well. Like, what's the taboo in appreciating that? I think people just find things to complain about, and it's really kind of silly. But yeah, I played a lot of this is my first time I've gone full screen with versus pinball in a long time. Like the E3 streams, I had pinball on screen, and I was playing it but it was really kind of more than anything else a glorified, yeah, I could describe it as pretty much just a glorified... Actually, I just realized I didn't update my ticker. I have to copy and paste in. Where is... my tickers has a bunch of outdated info in it. Here we go. And properties, and I just gotta copy in my new info for the ticker. Where is... No, that's for Clue Land. Here we go. Yeah, because unfortunately, I'm no longer at 108th place. I am, back when I used to high score grind for this particular game. And I put it down for more than a year, and since then, what the heck? Okay, that is the wrong text layer. Please go away. And no, this is not going to count. I've paused my timer. No, I have to wait for it to go away. Okay, that it went away. I was actually pretty quick. It only took like 40 seconds to go away or whatever. Okay. Here we go. This is the text I want to edit. This is the... Yeah, that white ticker is very outdated. I haven't used that in more than a year and a half. Can you believe it's been over 2 years at this point since I started streaming? Which is cool. Now I clicked on the source. I'm waiting for it to highlight. It's not highlighted yet in my Streamlabs. I'll tell you when it's highlighted. Oh, it highlighted. Okay. Okay, well, let me... Oh. Okay, it just went away. Okay. I have to edit the text again. I have to wait for it to let me type. I hit select all. I have to wait for that to catch up. No, it went away. I have to start over. Hold on. Properties. Alright, I'll let the ticker take its time to catch up. And hopefully we get the ticker back at some point within the next couple of minutes that it'll take to catch up. And it's something simple that should have taken a few seconds, but it's taken a couple of minutes out of my stream. Oh, okay, wow, it actually appeared within a few minutes. That's not too bad. But, I mean, it should be instant, but I have to work with the computer I have, so... And it looks like it's actually... Yeah, my current ranking is like 200 something now. Yeah, 202nd. There's the level of gameplay has gone up so high on this game that there's no way... you know, because back before I moved from my last home, there was a while... Oh, awesome. Yeah, I knew you were looking forward to that, and that's something I was looking forward to myself. And you can never be certain when something's going to be coming off of being able to be done with the watch party, so I wanted to get that in while I had the chance. Like, when I did, it was more than a year and a half ago now, when I did Bon Voyage Charlie Brown and Race for Your Life Charlie Brown, I wanted to get those. There was no date, like, oh, these will be going off of Amazon Prime on X date. We didn't know that. But I'm like, they're on Amazon Prime and they're eligible for watch parties. Let me do these two movies while I have the chance. And I did, and now when I go back to look, because I was thinking of doing it again, those movies are no longer available on Amazon Prime. So, I got lucky that I did those when I did, or else I would never have the opportunity to have watched those on stream with my viewers. Which is unfortunate, but... Alright. And... Yeah, so I had Versus Pinball up back when I was doing the Nintendo E3 presentations a few weeks ago. Actually, nearly a month ago already. But that was really more of a glorified... It was basically a video game equivalent of a fidget spinner. I wasn't paying that much attention. It was just something cool to do, and I always love this game. I always loved it on NES, and I love this version even more. Because even though it's harder, I think the scoring is better balanced. We have some cool features like the ball return function. You know, when Bubbles from Kukuland, which another game I love that I played on stream recently, comes out and rescues your ball for you if you hatch enough of those eggs. So I do think this is the superior version. It's kind of, I always point out the irony. Usually I like the easier versions of games. In this particular case, I think the more challenging version is more fun and a lot more enjoyable. So this is the first time, I think this might be really the first time since the Sky Skipper stream, which was also about a year ago now, because I think the Sky Skipper stream was the first stream I did after E3 2021. And that was actually the last stream I did before my... Yeah, that was the last stream I did before my video card on my old PC that I've since gotten rid of died, and I wasn't able to stream until September. And I rushed ahead and got I got a PC that I could afford that was just barely capable of running Streamlabs OBS. And I did that when I did because I wanted to cover Deltarune Chapter 2 as soon as possible, because it got a surprise announcement in September of last year, and I wanted to cover it as soon as possible on stream. Or I didn't stream it, but I wanted to cover it as soon as possible, and that would also let me get back to streaming. Now, the computers, it has very limited RAM, there's no expandability, and to get a computer that could really do what my old machine did would cost a lot, you know, it would be a significant investment. And yeah, I had an old computer with that could do what this one can do better, but it was using old parts. Like, to get, I'd have to pay a significant chunk of money for an old video card and hope it holds together and doesn't die like my last video card. Because the video card is the only part of that old computer that failed, but without that I couldn't encode the stream properly, so I just had to deal with that until I was able to... I scrounged together enough money when Deltarune Chapter 2 came out because I was really eager to get back into streaming. And I'm glad I was able to. And that computer got me through another year, so I'm pretty happy about that. Even if it is a lot of problems like what you just saw on stream, where doing simple things takes a long time, and doing the really heavy stuff like putting together a new 17. Yeah, there we go. You know, the really heavy-duty work, like putting together a new layout from scratch, it can take hours when it should take a couple of minutes, and it's been a real impediment to being able to stream the way I wanted to. But I'm still happy that I was able to get through this last 6 months, and I wanted to really just get back to playing some pinball full screen. Actually, put a little bit of my... I mean, I'm not gonna play full screen the whole time, but I wanted to put some attention into it, because I played for so many hours last week, and it's like, you know, I'm paying attention to the E3 broadcast, making sure I can provide good commentary on everything, and I'm just using it to fidget, which I don't mind at all, but it'd be fun to be able to just go full screen with this, bring out my old pinball layout that I used to use back when I was doing, you know, hours of grinding trying to improve my high score in this game, back when I was in the top 100, which was really cool. But since then, the level of gameplay, the scores people are achieving are so high that there's no way I can compete. And the sad thing is, I can't be sure that all the scores are genuine. You know, I wish I could, but I can't know if they hacked the game or found a way to cheat or something like that. And then what really also tore it was I somehow accidentally deleted my high score, so I lost my spot and went to like 100 spots down. And that's before people were just getting significantly, because I was comparing to my old best high score. And a lot of people surpassed that score anyway that would have got me well below the top 100. Now, can we get a royal flush? Can we get we just gotta get that ace on the left. We already got our outlane stop. Oh, no, almost. And there's no tilt function. This is a very simple game of pinball. I would, in the future, well, significant future now, but I'd love to play pinball on the... And I'd love to play pinball on the in television side by side with this and the SG-1000 pinball game. Doggone, we didn't get the Royal Flush. Alright, so let's, oh. I did not... why are all... These are always so hard to... Yeah, I need to... Yeah, well, I'll go back in the VODs and look at my scores here and update my average. Because that average down there, I did manually calculate, and I had a lot of fun a couple of years ago. I did a stream where we watched a bunch of old technology and gaming-related VHS content while I was taking down a lot of these scores. I was watching my own VODs and taking down a lot of scores and assembling those into a spreadsheet so I could calculate my own average. For a while, I was playing a lot of Alleyway on the Game Boy using my Analog Pocket, and I was starting to build up a bank of scores to derive an average out of for those as well. But I've been playing a lot of... Well, I've been playing a lot of Analog Pocket, but lately it was like the most play I've gotten out of my Analog Pocket lately was when I was doing all those streams of the 8 and 32-bit handheld games in the Puzzle League or Panel de Pon or Tetris Attack series. And in doing that, I really didn't want to spend any time on Alleyway. Okay, so that's our first ball. I really love to get... I like to get 100K within my first ball. If I feel like if I could get 100K within my first ball, I have a decent chance of being competitive to beat my own PB. Oh, and speaking of PBs, GDQ is going on right now. Yeah, to promote another stream that's live as I'm streaming. Yeah, I want to watch a bigger and more bigger and better produced stream with better skilled players and games people actually might care about. Yeah, just go over to GDQ and donate to Doctors Without Borders. Yeah, hey, can you believe we are already in the back half of 2022? I mean, we're 7 months in. I mean, they're 12 months, and we're now in our 7th month, which means we are now in. I guess we're in quarter 3 of 2022 already, which is frightening. Relieving and frightening at the same time. But yeah, I'm glad your Analog Pocket's on the way. I ordered some Analog Pocket accessories in that last. Hey, Royal Flush get. Hey, we're just scoring free points at this point. Yeah, it's just a license to score points right now. And of course, the one of the things I do state specifically that I think is better about this version of Pinball over the NES version, aside from the sound effects and everything, and the more appealing color scheme, the better ball physics, or the more weighty, more challenging ball physics, a little bit more like a real pinball table. What I like is the fact that in the NES version of Pinball, this lower table, those pop bumpers are worth 100 points each. And then the pop bumpers on the top. Oh, you also got the dock. Awesome. Oh, that's really great. I think for me, if it was not for the dock, I don't necessarily think I would have even got the Analog Pocket. Now, it's cool being able to play it in handheld mode, but I just love being able to play my cartridges and be able to stream them and capture footage in HD. That was a very important factor to me. And in fact, that's the only reason I got the Analog Mega SG and Analog Pocket specifically for streaming. Oh yeah, thank you, Bubbles. The party continues on. Now we gotta hatch some chickens down there. And by hatching... No. Aw. Alright. Royal Flush boost is over. It's good while it lasted. Let me just, grab a swig of water real quick. Yeah, my, Yeah, my water bottle with the little spigot that pops out is, oh, there we go. Yeah, that is elsewhere. Oh, doggone, I forgot that if I pause in this mode... Yeah, I'm on high score mode. And for fairness, if you pause, which you could not do in the original game, you have to restart the game. So, in terms of a recorded score, that Royal Flush was now for nothing. I have to remember to stop. I have to get my swig of water in between balls. That's what I have to do. Or if I cradle the ball... Yeah, if I cradle the ball, I could take a swig of water then as well. And cradling the ball... Oh, no, no, no! Oh, we missed. Alright. Oh. Okay, we got the queen, we got the jack, we got the 10. Can we get the king and ace to get a royal flush and not accidentally restart the game this time? No, we will not. Not this ball. But now's our chance to, Yeah, so the dock was a really... yeah, the dock was a significant... Actually, there was a major update for the operating system on the Analog Pocket, and I haven't done it yet. None of the features in that update were especially important to me, or important to me at all, therefore I haven't done the update yet. And it's funny, because now that I have that portable word processor I've shown off on stream before... I mean, I used to carry around my Switch a little bit, but frankly, now that I have the option to write, either for professional stuff or recreational stuff wherever I go, I'd rather write than play Nintendo Switch in most situations where I'm outside the home. So my handheld gameplay in general has gone down now that I have that portable word processor. And that's actually a little bit smaller than a Nintendo Switch when it's folded up. Actually, when it's folded up, it's about the size of a Nintendo Switch. But so when it comes to playing 8-bit and 32-bit handheld games on the Analog Pocket, I mean, my Pocket, as beautiful as that screen is, I've gotten even less play out of it. And I'm going to say this, I know I've said it before, Collectible, but anyone who's not familiar with the Analog Pocket, actually, I'm going to use the Pocket command in chat to give a quick overview for anyone who's not familiar. But the Analog Pocket, the screen on that thing is for Game Boy games, but also for Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance games. That screen has this surreal quality. The Pocket by Analog has this surreal quality to it, where it almost looks like it's popping out of the screen. Even in a butt-ugly game with bad graphics like Animorphs for Game Boy Color, the colors are so bright and crisp that the screen almost looks like you could lick it and taste the colors like it was a lollipop. It is ridiculous how good the colors look on that screen. As I understand, it's better than most high-end cell phone screens. Now, I would only specifically recommend the Pocket to people who specifically care about playing original cartridges. If you do not care about playing original cartridges, I would strongly recommend against the Analog Pocket. But if you want to play your Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, and adapters for Game Gear and other future systems like the Lynx, I would strongly recommend the Analog Pocket. But, you know, definitely do your research, because it's not cheap, especially if you do not get in a pre-order. Buying them secondhand, it's like, without exaggeration, you may have an easier time and less expensive time buying a Xbox Series X or a PlayStation 5 than you would buying an Analog Pocket. I don't care about the exclusivity or whatever of the Pocket. But now I'm going to adjust my settings. Okay. So we got to do negative 40.0 decibels for the game. And we've got to do, I'm looking at my notes here. 15.2, so that's already set up. So we're going to continue pinball. We're just going to have some train videos on the side now. All right, interact. Turn on the closed captioning, and off we go. There we go. Now I believe I spent a lot of time pre-balancing all this music so that I'm not overpowering the video, and the video is not there we go. And that the video isn't overpowering my voice, and that the game should be quiet, but it should be very quiet, like barely audible, but definitely noticeable. And this is a video, if you've been watching my stream for a long time, this is a video you've definitely seen in the past. One of my favorites, one of my comfort videos. And, yeah, one of my comfort videos that I...
Call her the old lady.
Here we go. I'm just gonna let the video do its talking for the most part. I'll comment when I need be.
And she worked on the Tallylyn Railway in northern Wales. Built in 1865,
I did not see it.
she is the oldest
I did not see the
operating
Nintendo Direct
locomotive
Mini.
in the world.
The Pac-Man. Yeah, the Pac-Man. What was it called? Pac-Man World. That I will be interested in playing someday in the future. And Klonoa Fantasy Reverie I'll also be playing eventually in the future. Those are two games I'll definitely be buying at launch just to support them, and then down the line I'll be playing them when the time comes on stream.
So George inquires, I say, young man, what's happening down there? Oh, a piece fell off the engine.
A piece full of the engine.
This is it, Gary. Where'd it come from?
Alright, if you can
Oh,
hear and
that's
understand
the,
it good.
That comes off the oh, do without that.
Yeah, a bit of trivia is that this is the railway that the Skarloey Railway in Thomas the Tank Engine was based off of. Reverend Audrey, the creator of the series, volunteered at this railway around this time period. There's a man who coincidentally bears a striking resemblance to Reverend Audrey, but it is not him. It is known for a fact that it's not Reverend Audrey, but it just coincidentally happens to look a lot like him.
Silent hikes.
So I'll let the video do its talking. And you can chat. I'll answer things in chat or whatever. I'm not going to, yeah, I'm not like, oh, no talking aloud, but, this is just sort of background stuff to, set the mood and have a chill stream. And, for us to enjoy while we do the stream, so.
Men dug slate here, and they built their buildings of it, and they lived in them for 90 years. And then, the slate gave out. Down below,
yeah, that was the closest thing to an E3 presentation this year. There were a few other events, like there was like what they call the Wholesome Direct, which I think is a bunch of indie and Steam type games, those smaller PC games and those downloadable games for Xbox, PlayStation, sometimes Nintendo as well, that are sort of have those sort of like comfy, non-violent kind of themes to them. There's too many games in my life that I don't have time for them, but I like to watch those to see what kind of games are going on these days.
These amateur railroaders. Well, this engine driver is an actor on the
Because I think, I'm not against violence in video games or anything, but I think the most edgy game I've played on stream so far is the original Final Fantasy VII. And the limitations of the graphics and everything make that not so intense these days.
Job with an oil company.
But they are... we gotta save. We saved her, yay. Yeah, and there are a lot of elements to, Final Fantasy VII that when they did when they did Final Fantasy VII Remake, they did have to tone down a lot of things or recontextualize a lot of things, because if they did some of the things or depicted some of the things with modern graphics that they did in the original game, the game probably would have gotten an M rating. Like, there are no hard spoilers, but there's certain scenes that in the original game there was a trail of blood. And in the remake, they replaced it with a trail of, like, of purple alien slime. Because I think the trail of blood might have gotten the game an M rating.
one thing in common. They're doing a job, a hard job, and they'd rather be doing it than anything else they can think of. They call themselves the Tallylyn Railway Preservation Society.
There we go. I just got to stretch a bit.
Now, here's a little difficulty the society has to deal with fairly frequently.
Got to 40,000. That wasn't so bad.
Well,
Launch.
no. But someone has another idea.
Yeah, this time I actually have the game on full screen on my secondary monitor. For my E3 flashback sort of rewind streams of the old Nintendo presentations, I was actually playing this through the capture software app on my, and then I had that was on my second monitor, and then on the side I had the large video of what I was watching. Here, I'm not really doing detailed watching or commentary of the videos. Now, this is the part that a lot of people a few years ago mistook this man for being Reverend Wilbur Awdry. And if you actually look at what he looked like, it's not an unreasonable... it's a strong resemblance, but it's not him. Especially when Reverend Awdry was known for his enjoyment of tobacco. And this man is sitting here trying to light his cigarette or something like that, and while the coach or that little slate wagon keeps rolling back, and and this is of course staged, but by the fact that there's a single camera here. They're only working with a single camera, and there's a scene later where they stage a minor crash where a locomotive bumps into a coach. No, not a coach, a freight truck. And you could tell by the sequence of shots that it's very clearly staged. And it's just cool, like, being savvy enough to recognize that. But, I mean, you need to make your... It's not like... I'm not saying, oh, they were dishonest, they made a fake video. That's just how you go about making the video. I did a great service in immortalizing this moment in railway preservation, because at this point... Well, the Tallylyn was the first preserved railway to be operated by volunteers in the world, on the entire planet. He had a very strong cough toward the end of his life, but he was lived to a ripe old age. There was a television interview he did within a couple of years of his passing, and it's kind of infamous because he has a very grouchy kind of demeanor, because at that point, it was the point at which the people who were making the Thomas the Tank Engine television show were starting to deviate from his vision of railway realism, which he based his original book series off of. So he was not very happy that the television show was being taken in that direction. He was a widower at that point, and so he's probably not the happiest, and he's not happy with the direction of they were taking his source material for the television series. So he has infamously a very grouchy demeanor and a very strong cough. Now, that being said, he seems very affirm and able to, like, it's not like he's like, he really owns his displeasure. And he's like, yeah, it's not a matter of, oh, I feel sorry for it. I mean, you know, he was an older man, he wasn't very happy, and he was not at all shy about letting the interviewer know his displeasure. And so it's kind of how the news interview, I haven't watched this interview in years and years, like more than like 15 years, but if I remember correctly, they kind of frame it as, oh, this grouchy old man kind of thing, but it's like, dude, like, this guy's kicking butt. I mean, if you think of the time period, I think he was born in 1911. So he was a kid during World War I. You know, he was already, I believe he was serving the church by World War II. So he was like, he had lived through so much stuff. And then, in addition to all that, he's, you know, has to deal with the business side of his book, his media empire. You know, so I think at that point you kind of have the right to be grouchy when the people you entrusted with your source material, those deals were already in place. like, there were certain deals that, like, there were certain agreements that all the books, all the stories had to be based on his source material, but certain aspects of that had expired at that point.
From the refreshment stocks and leftover ice cream.
So, yeah, it was kind of a weird, I'm not sure exactly the mixture of, like, after 1995 with Series 4 or Season 4 of the television show, they did not adapt any more Reverend Audrey or Christopher Audrey material for television until 2014 or 15 or something crazy like that, when they adapted the Small Railway Engines books to the television series. And after that, that was the last Audrey content they developed for television, and then they ended the original series and turned it into Thomas and Friends All Engines Go, which seems as embarrassed. Frankly, my main problem with All Engines Go, look at the coaches. Look how they bump. I mean, I keep calling them coaches. Look at the trucks. How they bump and smash into each other as the engine starts to pull the cars along. I love it.
Only work at it in their spare time. Second-hand standard gauge ties.
And I believe that engine there is number 3 Sir Haydn, which became the character Sir Handel in the Railway series and in Thomas and Friends. And, okay. Yeah, by this point, the tracks were in very poor condition, so they had to go ahead on their own free time and sort of relay it all by hand.
Railway is that if you don't like it where it is, you just pick it up and move it.
Which is exactly what they did. I don't think I've sat down and watched this since the last time I did. Now, look at this sequence of footage right here. It's so clearly, this scenario is very clearly staged. And I know this because I took some film editing classes in college on how to do a scene like this with only one camera, and then edit it all together to be contiguous. And there's some shots that are clearly on board the locomotive that couldn't have been taken in any other way. And then faraway shots that show the locomotive with no camera on board.
However, small railways generally have small accidents. The wagon will need a little repair, but the old lady goes right off to work again.
I mean, the fact that they did a minor collision like that, I mean, at the time they filmed this, that locomotive was the oldest operating steam locomotive known to be in operation. And they actually did a minor collision with it just for the sake of the footage. I mean, the railway and the locomotives and the coaches today are in better condition than they were probably when they were literally brand new. So any sort of ragtag, sort of unkempt aspect of the operation is, you know, a relic of the past. It is very professional and well kept and maintained nowadays, but this is sort of a snapshot of, you know, the early days of preservation. And at the time they're preserved, the time that they were doing this, yes, it was true at this point that they were transitioning from steam locomotives to diesel operation in general, but there was nothing rare or unique about a steam train in and of itself.
And made it come alive again.
So the fact that there were people willing to, that were recognizing that the times are changing and
For it is a relic, this railway.
I love this quote right here.
Ornamental scrollwork lifted from the pattern of yesterday and kept as a memento.
Ornamental scrollwork lifted from the pattern of yesterday and kept as a memento. Hey, he made it to 30,000 points with that run. So why don't we... I'm going to adjust my volume for the next video real quick. In the next video, what are we doing? We're going to negative 40.0 for the video. I just want to double check that before I mess it up. No. We're going to negative 24.0. There we go. And we will resume. Let me just make sure we're not dropping any frames. And we're moving right on to the next video. And this video was, I mean, you can tell by the narrator, but the narrator, this is actually an American film. And it's kind of, it's lucky that someone from America just stumbled across this railway and decided to film it and record all this footage. Now, apparently this footage was taken in the 50s, but they did not edit together into a film until the 60s.
Mascots are silly. Saving money isn't.
You think I'm silly?
You have to sit through these ads.
If you're thinking about buying
No, okay,
solar
this one we could skip.
don't. The U.S. government will literally buy them for you.
There we go.
It was the brainchild of Captain Jack Howie.
No, we're going to the start. Okay. Now this video is about the Romney, Hythe, and Dymchurch Railway. And if you need me to turn the volume up on the video, let me know. Or if you need me to turn the volume down on the video, let me know that too. I'm going to keep my own microphone the same and adjust the audio of the...
water, oil, and steam.
And just the audio of the video I'm watching, more so than my microphone or the game audio.
Transportation, which has for over 150 years evolved more romanticism with its noises and smells to make nostalgia synonymous with steam railways. To perpetuate that exciting atmosphere of live steam has been the task of many railway preservation societies. Even more so do the skills of the engineer extend this universal appeal into mechanical scaled working models.
No, we lost it. Okay, the game over there.
Models they may be, but professionally run, they can also provide a service. Include all the magical qualities of steam, and you have...
I turn the volume up just to one click.
Public railway.
Alright. Nope. I don't think we should have any copyright problems with this video, so... Oh, you know, dorms would, they love colors and lights and stuff, but, yeah, the dorms would find fireworks amusing. I mean, if they weren't expecting it, they'd probably be a little scared of it at first, but Lunarians do have very sensitive ears, so they would probably be interested in engineering some more quieter fireworks. But they'd probably engineer quieter fireworks that have with brighter colors and more pretty gimmicks sort of to go, and sparkly stuff to go in them, but a lot quieter. Because they do have those huge ears and can hear very, very well. They have hearing and sense of smell akin to a dog's.
From the nationalized railways carrying the daily commuter rat race. Count Swarovski was killed while driving in the Italian Grand Prix and never saw the completion of his dream, so it was left to Captain Howie to carry on the project and to commission engineer Henry Greenlee, already an eminent designer of miniature railways.
Now
I
never, yeah, I have a friend who actually went to this railway, and this is one on my bucket list, but it's kind of low down on my bucket list. But I mean, when my bucket list is only 12. I mean, yeah, it's one that's definitely on the list.
The Romney Marsh follows and crosses the Royal Military Canal, built during the Napoleonic Wars as part of the defences against the threatened French invasion along the Kent coast. From New Romney, the line runs north through Dymchurch to the Hythe terminal. The loop line to Dungeness was added in 1928. New Romney Station rapidly grew as the area encompassed a number of developing
Lunarians, they've, well, from what I'm able to tell you, they do have a unique language. I don't think I'm allowed to talk too much about that. But they've kind of spread across the globe here and there throughout history and kind of just they tend to adopt the local language. The sort of circumstances on their arrival on Earth are kind of shrouded in a bit of mystery and controversy.
You'd have to go a long way to find any locomotive kept clean.
Their voices sound like they have, you know, human vocal cord. You know, they speak the same languages, and they can speak the same languages and everything. They don't have like a unique sort of sound to their voices. Now, doorworms do have very little squeaky voices. They do not speak human languages, though. But when they vocalize, they have very sort of high-pitched, raspy voices that sound kind of a lot like chiptune sort of sounds almost.
The design of Henry Greenley.
Why is there's a little fruit fly in here being a pain in the butt?
462 tender machines and 2 Mountain 482 class. The Pacific design stems from the admiration Greenley and Howie felt for Sir Nigel Gresley's impressive...
Yeah, so just a quick run over. So what this is a small-scale railway that's run to this, that's operated as an actual fully functional railway. It's not just like a miniature railway that's sort of run on a loop in like a theme park or something like that. It's not run as a tour, like a carnival ride, such as it were. It's an actual functional railway.
All make for a complex web of track at New Romney Station. However, to maintain regular trains,
so you look at the
necessary maneuvers calls for a signal system able to control all movements with adequate simplicity. The signals are properly interlocked with the points for safety. The whole layout of the line shows Captain Howie's determination to run a real mainline railway.
Yeah, so this is called, so I guess there's kind of a distinction. Like, casually you might call this a miniature railway, but there's sort of a concept of what they call minimum gauge, which is basically the smallest physical track width at which you could operate a functional, useful railroad. You know, for like wartime or industrial purposes, or for, in this case, mostly passenger traffic, which is pretty cool. Hey, we got Royal Flush. We need to rehatch some of those eggs. Okay, good. Good, we need to rehatch some of those eggs, as I was saying.
The line originally linked 2 Southern Railway termini, and approval had to be obtained not only from them, but also from local councils and residents before building commenced.
Yeah, we gotta hatch some eggs to get our,
Granted, the railway also had to get permission from the Ministry of Transport to carry passengers. Their inspectors were favourably impressed, declaring that as the company had provided all mainline installations, it had their blessing to operate as such.
Oh, our flippers vanished, but whenever we gotta hatch some eggs to make sure we get our outlane stoppers back, as we already did. Okay. We're gonna launch the ball, we're gonna jump right back into the lower table, and hope it did not reset. I'm not even gonna operate the flippers.
Part of the line is the journey to Hyde. The station retains much of Greenley's original design, and it makes an imposing...
Yay, we still got our Royal Flush perks going.
Many of the passengers start their journey here at Hythe, as it's close to the main London-Dover road. It's easy to see the appeal that steam has for a very varied selection of prospective passengers.
And once again, when they opened this railway, there was nothing unique or special about steam locomotives. They just used steam locomotives because that's what was available at the time. That was just the technology of the day. And whereas now, in the post-steam era, there's added appeal. Now, nowadays, they do also use diesel locomotives, which allows them to keep a...
Wheel locomotives designed for the 15-inch gauge track.
Alright, we got it.
The coaches are comparable in size with the locomotives and sit 2 aside in considerable comfort.
More than 87,000 points.
Many of the local holiday camps charter a train, and visitors can enjoy a non-stop run along the whole line.
Hey, oh. We're gonna break 100K. Yeah, we broke 100K.
Travelling to school by train is a daily treat for some local children. Kent County Council has replaced their normal school bus service with a steam-powered journey across the marsh from Dymchurch to their primary school at New Romney.
Yeah, imagine going to school on this every day. How cool is that? So yes, it is a genuinely functional railway.
But at Dymchurch, the station master often controls the crossing at peak times. In line with modern practice, the busiest crossings are now controlled by lights.
Oh no! Come on, Bubbles, come... No Bubbles to come through for us. Man, these shots are great. This is the first time I'm familiar with what would be in this video, but this is the first time I've actually watched this myself. Oh, look at that old Volkswagen pickup.
The trains travel at top speeds of 25 miles an hour, equivalent for their scale to 75 miles an hour. The railway runs daily from Easter to the end of September, with the most intensive service during the school summer holidays. At the busiest time, there is a half-hourly service from Hythe to New Romney. A reduced service, at weekends only, is operated for the rest of the year.
Look at all the people in the train.
During the winter months, the railway staff's chief activity is maintenance. So almost everybody employed needs
Can we
to
get
have
another
at least
royal
2
flush?
skills. One for the running
Actually, I'm
season
gonna let this game run out because we didn't do that great anyway. Or rather,
Railway
I
World
didn't.
Workshop turns out 2 or 3 new coaches every year. The railway employs some 25 people all year round, including drivers, fitters, plate layers and coach builders. Painting is another constant task. The normal wear and tear is exaggerated by the proximity of the sea and its salty atmosphere.
We've already lost a doggone ball.
In the main locomotive shed, where the engines are steamed, light repairs can be carried out. Probably the greatest tribute to their designer and their builders, Davy Paxman of Colchester, is that the locomotives have been kept in a fine, active condition for over 50 years of arduous service. The erecting shop, with a travelling crane that's able to lift an engine off its wheels or a boiler off its frame. Just how dedicated the staff are can be seen in the way that they turn their hands to some of the very difficult jobs, often making vital parts that are unobtainable.
Hey,
After the
bonus
railway had
time.
been running for a year, it was decided to build the 2 North American-style engines. Henry Greenley designed them with a resemblance to the Canadian Pacific Railway, with a slight flavour of the Pennsylvania Railroad. They have bigger cabs to protect
Pennsy height.
drivers against the cold winter weather. Both are 462s, with the same boilers, cylinders and driving wheels as the British Pacifics. Travelling at speed across the marshes, they really give the impression of the iron horses that steamed across the American prairies. Drivers on the single line to Dungeness have to be in possession of a train start before entering the section, making certain that 2 trains do not meet head-on. After passing under the main road at New Romney, the double track reduces to single, and from then on the train is never more than 100 yards from the sea. Dungeness is the biggest area of shingle in Europe, if not the world. When the line opened, the only view was of sea and pebbles. But now many houses have been built on the shingle. Some houses have lawns and gardens. They arrive by the lorry load. But for most families along here, their lawn mowing and gardening problems have all been solved. In general, Dungeness is either very bracing or very bleak. Half a mile before Dungeness station, the line divides to form a great circle, so that trains do not have to reverse. The end of the line, 14 miles from Hythe, with a normal journey taking about 70 minutes. The nuclear power station at Dungeness stands as a modern symbol of energy. Electricity, the clean power that probably has played the most decisive part in vanquishing steam railways. It was another source of power, oil, that gave the RH&DR its finest hour.
Now this is great. Check this out.
By the army, and carried the sections of the Pluto pipeline that was laid from Dungeness across the channel to carry fuel after the D-Day landings in Norway.
Look at that little tiny war train.
Then the 6th Battalion,
I mean, war's always terrible, but I mean just the sight of this little miniature train with cannons on it.
Lewis guns and an anti-tank rifle. Some of this sting was lost, however, when the guns had to be removed to pass under low bridges. The train was never seriously used in action, but its crew always claimed that they shot down at least one enemy aircraft. In 1945, when the army left, the line was not in good condition. In fact, German prisoners of war helped to rebuild much of the track that had suffered through neglect. To celebrate the railway's 50th anniversary, the souvenir shop at New Romney had special first-day letter covers for sale. Commemorating 50 golden years of steam, they bore a special frank to show that they had been carried by the Bug. The Bug was used during the construction of the railway, an 040 tender engine that was sold once the work was finished due to her slow speed.
Yikes.
She finally ended up on a scrap heap in Belfast. In 1972,
I never saw that picture before.
remains were found under tons of old iron, and she was purchased by Mr. McAlpine, has been rebuilt, and is now at least as good as new.
What a transformation.
Welcome return to the railway, as she conveys the special covers commemorating the line's Golden Jubilee.
Okay, we got 2 out of 5. Oh no, we lost it. I was gonna say we got 2 out of 5 for that royal flush. Oh, no, but it couldn't last. Too good to be true. Oh my gosh.
At Hythe,
It actually got
covers
stuck
are
there for a
handed over to
second.
The Royal Mail, where they're sent off to stamp collectors and railway enthusiasts the world over. The railway was honoured by a royal visit on the 30th of March 1957. Her Majesty the Queen, accompanied by the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Charles and Princess Anne, visited the line. The royal children took turns to ride on the footplate of Hurricane and travelled in a special...
Hurricane. I didn't know
In
the UK
1947, the railway
pronounced
celebrated
hurricane
its
in that
21st
manner.
anniversary
Cool.
And the post-war reopening, a ceremony that was widely publicised at the time.
When the Rumney, Hythe and Dymchurch Railway, the smallest public railway in the world, recently celebrated its 21st birthday, Messrs. Laurel and Hardy were invited to the party. One of their jobs was to reopen the section from Rumney to Dungeness. They also slipped gently aboard one of the trains and enjoyed a trip on this very comfortable line. At New Rumney Station, they met the mayor and shook hands all round.
Almost got straight into that bonus hole. Oh. Thank you,
Like all
Bubbles.
small boys, the two comedians were greatly intrigued by the outsized toy engine, especially Hardy.
The Jubilee Limited, another special train to mark the railway's 50th anniversary.
Come on and... Oh.
The railway directors invited the Mayor of Hythe and other local officials to travel from Hythe to New Romney via the Dungeness Loop. Heading the train is engine number 1, Green Goddess. The Mayor of Hythe cuts the tape and all is set.
That was the mayor? I know it's a UK thing, right? I thought that was like a priest or something. Or some kind of like church official. He was so dressed up with all those robes and...
Two other passengers on this commemorative
bling.
journey traveled on the very first...
Yeah, I don't think they formally call that bling, but you know what I mean.
Mrs. Hay was
I just
5
make sure
years
we're
old
not
and her brother
dropping
Ken Mills
any
was 7.
frames.
Their grandfather supplied the timber used in building the railway.
Alright. Hey, it looks like we're doing okay. Alright.
The driver of the Jubilee Limited is George Barlow, the railway's operating manager and regular driver of Green Goddess. George is the longest-serving member of the staff, having joined the RH&DR in 1946. He must deserve a place in the record books, having driven the same locomotive for 30 years.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Captain Howie died in 1963 and must be envied for having achieved his ambition. To have come from 100 miles an hour on the motor racing circuits to 25 miles an hour on Romney Marsh had made him a happy man.
Well, thank you, Bubbles.
In 1968, the railway was bought by a group of local businessmen, but some expensive problems were looming. Captain Howie had originally briefed Henry Greenley to build the railway to last 40 years, to last his lifetime, as he couldn't see anybody else keeping the line running. Greenley had judged matters only too well. The new owners soon realized that the amount of money needed to restore things was too much for them to find. So in 1972, the railway was resold and is now a public company with over 400 shareholders, dedicated to the task of restoration and the continuation of keeping steam alive, with all its glories remembered.
No! Okay, we almost got a royal flush there. Near royal flush, not quite. Yeah, this music might get the stream muted, but
Today's children
whatever.
will never know the magic of long-distance, high-speed mainline steam trains. The barely held-in power of a locomotive waiting to depart, the ego roaring on the run, the quiet entry to the terminus.
Well, now there are probably more mainline steam specials in the UK than they were at the time they filmed this.
The achievement not just of machine, but also of the skill and strength of the men on the footplate. The response of the many visitors, especially the young, gives faith and proof that the Romney, Hythe and Dymchurch Railway is succeeding in keeping alive some flavour of those proud days of steam.
Wow, it's already over. Alright. So you gotta get ready for the next video. Gotta change the volume again. We gotta go 17.7. So this video is a lot louder, so I gotta turn a lot quieter, so I gotta turn the volume up. Alright, that's close enough. Now, what this next video is, it's a series of 3 videos, but this is a video about the world's fastest diesel train.
Makes intelligent
And once we skip this ad,
and helps your best ideas become
this is about the world's fastest diesel train.
And on Monday, British Rail's
So this is a news package about a record-breaking run one of these trains made,
Today, though,
and I'll be right back.
The famous York Railway Museum was celebrating its 10th anniversary. The 1985 high-speed train left the central station in Newcastle and broke 3 world speed records by the time it arrived at King's Cross in London. Alistair Harrison sent us this report from the other end, of course.
The purpose of this journey is really twofold. One is to reintroduce the old luxury Pullman style for the trains on the main East Coast railway line, and the second is to try and break the speed record between Newcastle and London. This train is going to try and do it in 2.5 hours. That's 22 minutes less than it's ever been done before. And already they've hit drama, because during the night thieves ripped up some signalling cable at Chesterley Street, and even now, with about 40 minutes to go, workmen are frantically trying to get that cable replaced.
Well, in fact, the signal cables were repaired in time, and we pulled out of Newcastle bang on schedule at 11:10. In no time at all, we were speeding south for what was to be a most memorable trip. Not just for the sheer speed of it, but for the service. This was the
hello, welcome back. Thanks.
Pullman style of best possible service. But why have British Rail decided to bring it back?
Now, I get to ride some historical Pullman coaches on the Bluebell Railway, but and this was kind of an attempt to bring it back with the modern trains of the day. Now, these trains there are a few of these. There are some parts of the UK that still use these high-speed diesel trains, but for the most part, they've been retired finally, which was very sad, because I wanted to go over there and see them when they're still in widespread use and ride some. But a few sets have been preserved, which is great.
143 miles an hour.
Almost 150 mph. Now it's another. Now these are actually the most modern trains to have ever been featured in Thomas the Tank Engine, as in the source material. There was one of these trains, and well, there were 2 characters, because there's a high-speed diesel locomotive on each end of the train, and they were named Pip and Emma. And they were never translated into any version of the television show, but they were the most modern, and for a long time well, I guess still today, I think some parts of the UK still use these, but they're the only trains to have been featured in Thomas the Tank Engine that are actually still in commercial service anywhere in the UK, and not preserved in some sense.
Me as your Pullman approaches is a train that hit the headlines almost half a century ago when it broke the world's speed record.
Now this locomotive mallard here, all of the streamlining plates have been removed because it's currently under service. It does not normally look this ugly.
1938 will never be beaten, is on the move for the first time since her retirement. She's in the middle of restoration here at the National Railway Museum, but the driver's determined the 2 trains should salute each other.
It's kind of funny how those were the most modern trains of the day, that diesel train, and now that one's, there are relatively few of them left, and those are on the way to be retired. And it's a shame, because those Class 43 power cars just got their engines replaced in like 2008 or so. So I was kind of shocked when only a couple of years ago they started withdrawing them in large amounts. It seems like didn't they just replace the engines on those? I thought they were good for another like 15, 20 years.
You don't have to go to find the dining car. It all comes to you in Pullman tradition. I've got a friend of mine here with me who is unashamedly a fan of the old Pullmans, Bill, aren't you, Bill Weeks?
Oh, yes, indeed, Alistair.
What did you like about them?
The thing I liked about the old Pullman, you mentioned the bar, the thing I liked was the Hadrian bar car, which was literally a club car. You used to get on at King's Cross at 5 o'clock in the evening. John Bell would be there, the leeches. You knew everybody in the car, the people from Clark Chapman, the Vice-Chancellor of the University, all the people who were bringing prosperity to the Northeast would be in that Hadrian bar car under the paternalistic, kindly rule of Harry Bester, then conductor. Absolutely marvellous.
Yeah, he definitely has some fond memories riding that train.
Hi, David, it's Alistair. Great news from King's
hold
Cross.
on,
We
a
have not
client's
done it in
calling me,
2.5
excuse me.
hours. We've actually done it in 2 hours and 20 minutes.
And so we arrived into King's Cross. Just an incredible 2 hours, 19 and a half minutes after leaving Newcastle. An amazing trip and a champagne reception for the driver, Bob McManus.
Oh, it's fantastic. The front weighs very smoothly. We did exactly what we set out to do, and we achieved it. And I think it's a great honour for the North East and especially the Newcastle men.
Any problems?
No problems whatever. No problems.
Really?
Well, we set out, we did it, and the proof is in the pudding, isn't it? We're here.
I must have probably hit it. Alistair Harrison and Peter Holland enjoying a day out on the railways. By the way, for all you train enthusiasts, those 3 records were as follows. The fastest ever train journey between Newcastle and King's Cross, 269 miles in 2 hours, 19 minutes and 37 seconds, half an hour faster than ever before. A highest recorded speed for a diesel train at 145 miles an hour, a new world record there, and another world best, an average speed on the entire journey of 115.16 miles an hour.
Weather.
Streamline train, fastest train to run. Hard-working stranger, I ain't gonna...
21 minutes off the record time between Newcastle and London. The train reached a top speed of 145 miles per hour, completing the 268-mile journey in 2 hours, 19 minutes and 37 seconds. Its average speed over the whole journey was over 115 miles per hour.
Ever been done before. The Special Express covered the 268 miles at an average of 115 miles an hour and broke 2 records in the process.
50 years ago today, the Silver Jubilee made it in 4 hours, when British Rail admits it was a more sedate service. But it says the days of greater luxury are returning, with the introduction of a new Tees-Tyne Pullman from Monday. This journey was to herald the start of that, and have a crack at the speed record between the 2 cities. The record stood until today at 2 hours 51 minutes. As we came into King's Cross, confirmation that this train had knocked half an hour off the previous fastest time between Newcastle and London. This journey was done in 2 hours, 19 minutes and 37 seconds. Celebrations and a promise from British Rail that they won't be going quite so fast on Monday.
Temperature necessary. Nothing unusual about this scene. A large station, trains arriving and departing. Yet all is not quite as it may seem. But this is one of the intercity trains of the future, and it's about to take us on a special journey.
Sorry, everybody. That was a client I could not ignore. I do like to keep a little money coming in so I could have a little free time to do stuff like this. Now, so I'm very sorry about that, but you know, it's part of one of the downsides of the freelance lifestyle is you can't I do set pretty firm, but I told them specifically, like, listen, if something comes up, you can go ahead and call me. So, hold on, I have to adjust the volume here. The volume for this one needs to be 7.29. .29. That's an odd number. Okay, so we'll get started.
Own evolution to see how it all.
Yeah, so this is a video about the creation of the video of the train that we just saw do that record-breaking speed record in that news package.
Nothing unusual about this scene. A large station, trains arriving and departing. Yet all is not quite as it may seem. But this is one of the intercity trains of the future, and it's about to take us on a special journey. For a short while, it'll become a sort of time machine, and take us back through its own evolution to see how it all came about. The designers set out to
Oh,
improve
that
rail
interior.
travel in every way possible. The new trains were to be more comfortable, faster, and more efficient to operate than ever before. And to make sure, they brought in signal and track engineers, drivers and maintenance men, accountants and caterers. In fact, everyone who would have to do with operating the trains. And their demands added up to a set of specifications which were not easy to attain.
Building a house of cards on a moving train.
Not long ago, a rather different bunch of people were aboard. The railway engineers and scientists who conceived and designed the trains.
And they say engineer, they mean like a mechanic or a designer, not an operator. A railway engineer means a very different thing in the UK than in the US, where an engineer is an operator of the train.
Part of the philosophy which had guided them was to design the whole train as a series of modules, from buffet car trays to the power cars themselves and everything that went into them, so that every part could be quickly replaced to reduce maintenance time and cost. And there she is, the result of a planning and building operation which took diligent note of every specialist view. A unique engineering concept which has now become a reality, compatible with every aspect of passenger train operation.
Ace,
to achieve
down.
Still greater reliability, tried and proven equipment has been used, but much of it was developed further to increase power or performance. The main engines are a case in point. Based on the success of an earlier engine, many parts have been redesigned to withstand higher engine output. The single crankshaft of the V engine is coupled to the main rotor of the alternator.
And just to be clear, when they say power cars, they're referring to the diesel locomotives on the front and the end of these trains. A power car is a locomotive that's designed only for use of the specific formation of equipment, whereas a general purpose locomotive can be put on the front of, you know, of anything, but a power car, in this sense, is a locomotive that's specifically designed only to be used with this type of train, in conjunction with a second power car on the other end.
Minimized weight and chromium plated to provide the finest running surface. To prevent gas blow-by, as it's called, the cylinder heads are clamped down onto steel sealing rings, which are copper plated. The fabricated crankcase has been strengthened and at the same time simplified by using steel castings. The water-cooled manifold fits into the V of the engine, and this forms an ideal mounting for the turbocharger. Exhaust gases pass from the cylinder outlets to the turbine inlets through the exhaust manifold.
I couldn't quite tell if that was a hair on the film transfer or a static shock between those two components as they were being lowered.
The earlier engine had one block-type fuel pump for each bank of cylinders, the 6 injector pipes being of different shapes. The higher power of the new engine called for a higher fueling rate, and this has been achieved by the use of individual and identical pumps for each cylinder.
Alright, look at that.
The new pumps and injectors were tested for 10,000 hours before being accepted as satisfactory. The redesigned engine had to be compact and light enough to fit into the limited space, and such compactness can lead to maintenance problems. But ingenious design has achieved a neat balance between all the factors involved. The result of all the development work is the Valenta, a V12 engine which develops 2,250 horsepower.
These engines were replaced on most of these power cars in like 2007, 8-ish.
But the real test comes when all the parts are brought together as an engine.
Now these engines, a lot of the time, they had this ridiculously cool startup sound where it genuinely sounded like a jet engine starting up.
Cooling 2,250 horsepower, the water, air and oil which the engine needs takes a lot of doing. It's done by 3 pieces of equipment which are designed as modules. The main unit cools the cylinders, the water jacket round the engine, and the exhaust manifold.
No? Okay. Got a bonus
the
ball.
engine itself is a cooler for the turbocharger air. and below it, the oil cooler. A large variable speed fan powered by the main engine draws air over the 4 aluminium radiators connected to the 2 cooling circuits. All 4 radiators are identical in design and interchangeable. To provide the largest cooling surface, alternate layers of corrugated and flat plates are built like a sandwich into a block. Air passes along one set of corrugations and the coolant along the next.
I've never seen this
During
video
the
before, by the way.
manufacturing process, all points of contact become braced together. These are
Oh,
then treated
we got the
with
2
resin
most
to
difficult
avoid
cards
corrosion
in the
when
Royal
used.
Flush to... Oh, we're 3/5 of the way there.
The 2 cooling circuits work like this. The engine-mounted pump
only one
circulates
more.
the coolant through the
Come
primary
on.
circuit to the engine.
King, we got
It
you.
turns through a
Royal
thermostatic
Flush
bypass
yet.
to
And
go
I
back into the 2 upper
immediately lose.
At
Them's
same
the
time,
brakes.
A pump driven from the gearbox passes the coolant through the second circuit to the turbocharged cooler and oil cooler and back to the lower radiators. Numerically controlled machines drill the tube plates of the charge cooler. Rectangular fins through which the tubes will be threaded are pressed out of copper strip. These are stacked and aligned.
For a second, it looked like those were like blister packs of pills at like a medicine factory or something, but... Oh, this music.
The fins and tubes are then bonded together to form the tube stack. Sets of tube stacks are fitted into tube plates, forming the cooler matrix, to which water boxes are bolted. These can easily be removed for cleaning without disturbing other equipment. This is the unit which cools the engine oil. The coolant flows through the tubes, whilst the engine oil is guided over them by sets of baffles. A leakage ring provides separate sealing for
These
each fluid,
targets here,
so avoids
and
any
the US
possibility of
manual
water
for
and
the
oil mixing.
NES version of this game, it calls those bingo lamps.
After leaving the oil cooler, the coolant
There are the
passes
bingo
back
lamps
to the main
again.
unit through
This
the
time,
lower
hopefully, we could actually
radiators
save
and
Pauline.
on again to the pump
You have to roll over
complete the
these
circuit.
targets, these numbered targets,
The 2 systems are
to
independently controlled by thermostat.
reduce the size
As
of
a result of
platforms till
ingenious
Pauline
design,
falls through,
there's a
hopefully
common
onto
header tank.
Mario's
This
platter there.
avoids the need for 2 control systems for level and for filling.
No.
To reduce weight, the main unit is designed and built with the use of aircraft engine cooling techniques and materials. It fits neatly into place behind the main engine and can be easily disconnected and replaced whenever necessary. Nowadays, it's important to keep passengers at the right temperature too. Air conditioning sells seats, but it also produces correct humidity, avoids drafts and fumes, and helps to keep the carriages clean.
Wow, casually just smoking a pipe on board a train. What an age.
To provide such ideal conditions is simple in theory, but tricky in terms of design and production. In practice, fresh air and air from inside the carriage is drawn through air filters, then over the evaporator and heating units, warmed or cooled, and drawn on by the main fan into the carriage at a preset temperature. The thermostat switches in heating or triggers refrigeration, depending on the adjustment in temperature necessary.
Hey, 58,000 and a bonus ball.
The units are self-contained and include a compressor, a condenser, an evaporator, a fan, a 24 kilowatt heater, and the electrical control panel, which operates automatically depending on the demands of the thermostat.
Launch. And
The cooling
down to the
system
lower
works
table
in the same
where
way as a domestic refrigerator.
all the real points are earned, in my opinion. When you're up on the top, like the top half of this table is almost a bonus round in and of itself, because you can play as long as you want on the upper table. As long as you're on that upper table, you're at no risk of losing a ball. There's no hazard or trap that can cause you to lose a ball on the upper table. Therefore, I think it's a much better balanced game, this arcade version, because in the NES version, that pop bumper in the center is worth 100 points, and the 3 lower pop bumpers are also worth 100 points. I think the lower pop bumpers should be worth more points, because here you're at risk of losing a ball. Oh no, I was only... Man, I was so close to getting a royal flush there.
Slide in under the main frame. The units are completely piped, wired, and fully tested in the 2 factories which built for the new train. The electrical controls are carried on 3.
This guy looks like a mad scientist, I'm just saying. And that's not a bad thing.
Fan heaters for the guards compartment are also provided. They're suitably robust to stand up to continual use alongside the main engines, for guards compartments are situated in each power car. Miniature air conditioning units are also fitted to each driving cab. Rapid and effective braking of high-speed trains calls for techniques almost as complex as those which provide the power. Under the driver's brake handle is an electronic control which provides him with 7 different degrees of braking.
Yeah, the only time I've ever been on board a train that's operated at speeds like this is, you know, in like parts of New Jersey, like the Carolinian, the Amtrak Carolinian gets up to like, I think 130, which is a little faster than these trains would have been. But the thing is, those are electric trains, so it's a lot easier for them, for electric passenger trains to go at high speeds, because they don't have to carry their power source with them. They just tap into, they just put their pantographs up, hit the overhead catenary and can go. Whereas these have to carry their fuel and their engines with them. So it's a lot, it took a lot more, trickery to get them to get up to a speed like 125 miles per hour.
The main control unit converts the code into air pressures proportional to the 7 positions of the brake handle. This control module is easily replaceable, for it has only 4 pneumatic connections, including exhaust, and 9 electrical connections.
And and if you're wondering, those numbered targets on the left there, those will allow that purple hatch on the right to open, and if I'm good, I can aim once that hatch is open to get my ball back into the launch lane. But I got a game over right there, so that's it for that. Let me just check and make sure I'm not dropping no frames.
While reducing the complexity of pipework and valves necessary with conventional brake systems.
No, I switch to my browser for checking stream health, because I feel like I've found that to be a lot more accurate than looking at the
probably the most powerful dynamometer rig in Britain. The flywheels are connected to the same shaft as the wheel and disc under test, and represent the speed and mass equivalent of the vehicle to be braked. This machine can simulate a mass up to 32 tons per wheel and up to speeds of 250 kilometers an hour. Sophisticated instruments record the brake test results. Here, the brake is being actuated pneumatically, as it is on the vehicle itself. With very high-powered brakes, in order to avoid the wheels locking and sliding along the rails with damaging results, it's essential to have a wheel slide prevention system. This system is made up of 2 basic units. The control circuit module is located on the axle end, together with an AC generator which provides a signal in proportion to the axle speed, power for the electrical components, and to maintain the battery's charge. This is a generator being calibrated. The control circuit's nerve center carries the differentiating and detecting circuits, which cause a voltage to be applied to the other basic unit, an electropneumatic valve. This valve is rapidly opened and closed, just releasing the brake as soon as the wheel speed deviates from the train speed, then reapplying the brake. Electricity is necessary for many purposes apart from power to drive the train. Heating, lighting, braking, and many control systems.
I love that sign, toilet engaged. Goes into a public bathroom to shave a train restroom. I mean, I don't know. Just something really odd about that moment.
This is the complete rotor of the main and auxiliary.
That seems like kind of gross, like a little impolite, almost, to shave in a public restroom, not on a train restroom.
The rotor carries 12 magnets or pole bricks, each of which is fixed to the hub with steel studs. The other end of these studs are screwed into bars in the magnets. The windings are of copper strip, insulated with braided glass and bonded to the poles. 4 pole bricks are fitted to the rotor of the auxiliary alternator. Next to the alternators are the brushless exciters and the rotating rectifiers.
Exciters and rectifiers.
This is one of the main advantages of an alternator over a generator. No brushes are involved, and therefore there's no electrical contact. Since the link is magnetic,
I feel like those are things I know the terms of, but I know like the North American terms for them. I feel like those are UK terms for things I am already familiar with in a rotary system like this.
The stator assembly carries a stator for each alternator and the exciters. The stator windings are of copper strip, insulated with braided glass and polyester enamel. The traction alternator provides an output of 1,468 kilowatts to power the motors which drive the train. The alternators, together with the rectifiers, traction motors and control equipment, represent a complete electrical propulsion package for the train. This is part of the control module being assembled, and alongside the rectifier equipment which converts the alternator output into direct current for the traction motors.
And to simplify this, for context sake, they're basically describing, they talked about the diesel engines before, but the diesel engine itself isn't what moves the train. Basically, the power cars are, like most diesel locomotives are actually technically electric locomotives with onboard diesel power plants. So now they're talking about the actual electric motors that make the train's wheels move, which the diesel engines running provides the electricity for.
These modules contain electronic regulators which control this power. One is the load regulator, another the voltage regulator, and so on. Each plug-in
Can we at least get to... We broke 50,000 and got a bonus ball.
To ensure correct location. The locking device prevents accidental disconnection due to shock or vibration and doubles as a handle.
Yeah. Okay. Bonus time.
The neat carriage ceiling and close carpeted
floor she died.
Hides a lot of intricate equipment which adds to the comfort of passengers. Wiring, ducting, cabling.
Oh, yeah, when she died, I forgot that when she hits the bottom of the bonus field, it counts as a death.
At the Derby Carriage Works, the body side framing, roof and end framing for the carriages are formed on separate jigs and welded together. The skin panels are then welded onto the frame before all the sections come together to form a carriage.
Yeah, these were what they called the British Rail Mark III coaches. They were built specifically, for the most part, with these sets in mind. What they call the Intercity
In another
125.
shop, the carriage interiors are fitted out with all the equipment which helps to make the railway the most comfortable way of travelling. At the locomotive works at Crewe, building is to a carefully timed schedule. At 14 construction berths, a power car is being assembled, each a little further advanced than the last. Production in the specialist factories all over Britain had to be so planned that a steady flow of components could come together on time to provide one completed power car every week. These are some of the flexible links fitted between gearbox and motor to absorb vertical movements of the axle. These fiberglass cabs are 50mm thick, reinforced and double-skinned, and give the drivers a particularly high level of protection against impact of any sort. And so the great project goes ahead. 27 complete 7-coach trains, including catering cars, in the first order, together with spare power cars or modules to attach if necessary.
Now, earlier on, they kind of treated these units, from what I've read, as though it was a single unit, like this train is this unit with these coaches and these 2 power cars, but they kind of gave up on that. You see, it's number 253006. They kind of gave up on that and sort of accepted that, all right, these are just they started treating them more as locomotives, to swap them out as needed, rather than try to keep a single set of coaches together with the same 2 power cars and treat it like as though it were a multiple unit consist.
The new trains, designed by railway engineers and built in British factories and the workshops of British Rail Engineering, prove once again that Britain is as capable as ever to meet a major engineering challenge, and to succeed.
Now, these trains were, as I understand, kind of intended to be a stopgap before more of the network could be electrified, but they ended up sort of being a mainstay in their own right. So we're going to see a little more footage of these trains and while I look at my notes.
Pulls itself and it's low to the
No,
side.
you have to go. I skipped to the middle for some reason. It's not what I intended to happen. Okay. There we go. That's more like it. This is what I want to see.
Towering majestically and with an aura of mysticism which fostered the ancient Celtic beliefs of its sacred background.
Okay, we're doing all right for our frames.
Snowdon at 3,560 feet.
I love this video so much. This is the next rail. This and the Talyllyn are the 2 railways I particularly want to go to next time I go to the UK.
Nearly a century ago, the Snowdon Mountain Tram Road and Hotels Company Limited made the reality of a mechanical conveyance to the summit of Snowdon when the railway was opened in April 1896. This is how the early intrepid voyagers made the journey. In those days, more concern was shown about the safety of the rolling stock than of the creature comforts of the passengers. The windows had no glass. The only concession to comfort were roller blinds, which, if the winds got too strong, the guard could roll up by remote control. The passengers suffered, but the rolling stock was considered safe. Every engine has its own name and a special history. Locomotive number 1, LADAS, was named after Laura Alice Duff Ashton Smith, but, and so the story goes, the name was too long for such a short engine, and it was impossible to make the engine any longer.
And our last ball.
Now, nearly 100 years on, with the exception of LADAS, the little engines carry more than 100,000 passengers every year on the only public rack and pinion railway in Britain.
They say only public rack and pinion railway, but as far as I'm aware, there were no private or industrial rack and pinion railways that I could find out, and I did specifically look.
120mm pitch, double-bladed rack to the design of a Swiss engineer, Dr. Roman Abt.
Now it says the Abt system. This is the only rack railway in the world that uses the Abt system, but it has additional guards on the rack rail that other Abt system rack railways do not use.
Which engage the rack teeth, and in this way the locomotive pushing ahead of it.
Now that rack rail in the middle is bearing, that is actually the means of like traction, I guess you could say. Unlike in a typical adhesion railway, the outer rails do not, they just bear the weight of the train and guide the train along. Those outer wheels actually just spin. They are not, there's no traction behind them. They just guide it's those cog wheels on the rack that actually allow the trains to move.
Some of them still the originals and more than 90 years old, can be done on-site by the company's own staff. Safety-wise, the speed of descent of the locomotive is controlled by counter-pressure braking. By opening and closing the compression valve, the driver regulates the amount of braking effort applied. To prevent the main engine cylinders overheating and to absorb some of the energy generated, water is injected. This cooling water passes through the compression valve and is discharged into the atmosphere as steam through a small exhaust pipe on the roof of the cab. Each carriage also has an automatic speed brake, which is engaged if the speed is in excess of 10 kilometers an hour. From early morning, preparations have been underway, ready for passengers arriving at Llanberis station, excited at the prospect of a holiday trip of a lifetime.
That'll be me someday.
For an hour at a steady 10 kilometers an hour, the journey will give them the opportunity of experiencing the magnificent grandeur and the often awesome characteristics of the mountain. As the little powerhouse locomotives make their way to the top, 7.5 kilometers in which there's not a single inch of level track.
Yeah, this is a video I use a lot well, not so much these days, but there was a point where I had a lot of trouble falling asleep. I'd use this to fall asleep, to take little comfy naps and stuff like that. Never did I don't think even once did I manage to stay awake if I just put this on and just rest my head. By the end of this video, I was definitely already asleep for my nap.
Every move of the train is monitored at the control box at Llanberis. A shrill whistle indicates departure, and as the train pulls out of Llanberis station, Passing the engine shed still buzzing with preparations, we are immediately aware of a rapidly changing scenery.
And we're off.
After the bridge over the stream in which the train is reflected, we approach a 14-arch viaduct.
And we're back on the upper table.
Alongside is Avon Hook, into which the impressive Kainantmar waterfall plunges. Immediately after the viaduct, the passenger sees the full glory of the falls, and countless thousands of photographs of this must by now have found a way to all parts of the world. To the left, the passenger has a glimpse of the famous Llanberis slate quarries. From the middle of the last century, these and others like them provided the area with most of its employment and were the basis of North Wales's economy. But nowadays these quarries are disused and unworked for more than 30 years. Then comes the old waterfall halt, but no longer used today as such. To the right and running under the track is a second waterfall of the journey. As a reminder,
yeah, we saved it. We're still on our first ball, and we got bonus round in.
It was here some 600 years ago that Bishop Goodman administered to the sparse community which inhabited these foothills. It is from here, emerging through the trees which will now be left behind for the rest of the journey, that passengers get their first glimpse of Snowdon's Peak as the train trundles on. Hebron is where the upward train is to wait for the approaching downward train to enter the passing group. This is the area known as Haverty. The English translation is summer abode. Here is where the sheep and cattle
Oops,
are moved up.
I could have got that one. I could have kept that in play. I just sort of got a little panicky and ended up knocking it back down into the gutter.
The name Hebron derives from an old nonconformist chapel nearby, and we are already over 300 meters up.
Bonus time. This time we're going to save Pauline at least once.
Once given the go-ahead, upward and return
No,
trains
we're not.
continue at their
Not this
leisurely
time.
pace, allowing passengers to take in the constantly changing patterns. From the downward coach of Enid can be seen the panoramic view of Llanberis and its lovely Lake Padden.
We're 40,000, but we're down to our last ball already. I mean, when our bonus is tallied up, we'll probably get another a bonus ball, but it's
Meanwhile,
like...
the journey upwards continues over the stark and rocky backbone of Erori, past the rugged peaks and the gently sloping ground. It is already 20 minutes into the journey.
Yeah, we broke 50, so we'll at least get one more ball.
Progressing up the longest straight section and silhouetted against
Hey, 60,000.
with a peak in sight now.
And we gotta... Okay, next time... We gotta get 50,000 before I even lose my first ball. I used to be good enough to do that, 1 out of 5 times. But now it's only happened probably a couple of times, and I've been playing for... closing in on 2 hours now. Let me take a little stretch. Check on stream health. Check on those frames. Alright, we're doing alright.
Ahead lies halfway, and an approaching downward diesel. They will pass on the loop at halfway, which is nearly 500 meters up.
We're on our first ball. We got to the bonus stage on the first ball. We're only, with the bonus, we're only 1,000 points away. No, okay.
And here is the time
back in the bonus stage.
For the water fill-up. The driver checks the oils and moving parts, and the fireman replenishes the firebox.
So, but at least you get the 1,000 points just for when you exit the bonus stage without, assuming you don't end the bonus stage by losing by letting Pauline die, you do get 1,000 points just for exiting the bonus stage, which is not something that's in the NES version of this game, which I think is another improvement that this game offers that makes it a much more fair and engaging game, even though it is more difficult. Got the 10.
It is here that one can fully appreciate the untamed nature of the rocky surroundings, occasionally muted by grassy slopes which lead down to the valleys below. We are now over 600 meters and approaching Rocky Valley, where fierce winds sweeping from the southwest sometimes force the little trains to take refuge. Today there is no need to stop, for the winds are kind and gentle, and this diesel train continues on its way. Between Rocky Valley and Clogwyn, on the left side, is Cwm Glasbach, perhaps better known to the locals as Cwm Hetia, or in English, the Valley of the Hats. History has it that at the beginning of the railway, when carriages were more open to the elements than later on, the strong southwesterlies almost invariably blew off the hats of lady and gentlemen passengers unaware of the powerful gusts. These landed in Cwm Glasbach, where later they were recovered by the knowledgeable locals and could usually be found on sale at the Saturday market in Carnarvon. As it passes a rocky landmark, a breathtaking kaleidoscope to the northwest reveals again the most impressive view of Llanberis and Llyn Padarn's shimmering waters. This is Clogwyn, 780 meters
I mean, we made it to 60,000, but we had to get... We did it with a bonus ball. I want to get to 50,000 without losing a single ball, and I haven't done that yet. I think I've only done it once on stream. No, I haven't done it once on this stream at all.
Clogwyn is the last halt and passing loop to the summit. Much in evidence here are the walkers and the mountain bikers who still have another 315 meters to go. And the view is back down the Llanberis path, which the walkers take and which crosses the track several times, and also the Llanberis Pass and the road to Carnarvon. Now comes the toughest climb, across the ridge with another 286 meters still to go. Here the train continues over the ridge and above the old copper mines of Clogwyn Cove, the Red Cliff, where more than a century ago copper ore was mined. Also at the foot of the cliff can be seen the small lake whose blue and red tinted water indicates the continuing presence of copper.
Bonus time, and we're on our first ball, so... Up to a bright start. Hey, Mecha Kong. Yeah, we've just been watching a bunch of train videos. I started with the beginning and end. This is the last train video we're watching today. The first one was about the Teleclyn Railway, which you've probably seen before. And this one I know I've played on stream a few times. And in the middle, I played a couple of videos about the British high-speed diesel train, the Intercity 125. Or I guess more specifically, the combination of Class 43 diesel power cars with the British Rail Mark III lightweight coaches. One was a news package about a train, one of these trains that did a record-breaking run. And then we watched sort of an industrial video about how the trains were assembled and engineered.
As the train rounds the bend, it seems...
And it's funny because I was before I nailed down this decision, I already made plans to stream Klonoa next week when a Fantasy Reverie series came out. And I'm still going to pay for and download Fantasy Reverie series just to support the franchise, even though I have no idea when I'll actually get around to playing it. I typically will not buy a game on principle that I know I'm not going to play or enjoy, but in this case I will download Fantasy Reverie series day one. Because a lot of Klonoa fans are concerned that Namco is kind of setting that game up to fail as an excuse to not support the series any further. I was extremely disappointed that game isn't getting a physical release in North America. I was shocked to find that out. I even specifically planned to visit a local, well, not a local, I mean it is local to me, but it's a big chain of craft stores. And there's one next to the Best Buy that I was planning to buy Klonoa from, but it turns out that there's not gonna be a physical release for it, so I'll just have to go to the craft store on some other day, which will not be next Friday. No, I basically do not play games off stream anyway, as much as I enjoy games. I love video games, but they are the last thing I'll do with my free time typically. I've never played. I played Klonoa 2 for like a couple of hours back when it came out. I never played Klonoa 1 at all, and I've avoided watching, people stream it, like when Kyle was streaming Klonoa 1 a while back, or when Pete was like doing speedruns of Klonoa 2 or whatever. So when I will be, so I will buy it and I will wait to play it on stream because I'd like to play it for my first time on stream. By the way, this is Land of My Fathers, which is the national anthem of Wales. Paul Robeson did two different English. He performed this this song in English using two different translations, actually. At least one of which is available on YouTube if you want to hear it.
At the top also are the benefits of a cafe, a souvenir shop, and the
yeah, they've since that this video was done between 1987 and 1992, using the dates of the locomotives that are in operation. I was able to narrow it down to that time frame. It's definitely pre-1996 because the railways opened in 1896, and they say nearly 100 years old, so it was pre-1996 at the. But the they redid the Summit building. They completely redid the Summit building. It is much nicer and better equipped than it is at the time they filmed this video. Now, the cool thing about the downward trip is that the locomotives don't really need to use any steam. They just inject water into the cylinders to stop the to prevent from overheating. But they don't have to use any steam power. The fireman really doesn't have to do any work on the way down. They just roll down and control the descent using the locomotive, but they don't have to use any steam power to descend. Yeah, I didn't. That's pathetic. When I just hit 100,000, and I'm just gonna let this ball void out, and I'll just take the reset. Because I seriously need to be getting to at least 50,000 on my first ball. Oh well, I might as well play the bonus stage, but I really need to be getting to 50,000 on my first ball to have even the slightest ghost of a chance of getting a decent score. And there it goes. If I could stay on the top table long enough, there's a slight chance I could get to at least 50K on my last ball. So I could not be totally embarrassed. I love the backwards, like the inverted, like piston assemblies on these engines are fantastic. Not even, we broke 25K. We got halfway to where I should be at the end of my first ball. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'll have to go have to re-enter the mode. don't have much time left in the video, and after this video I'm going to take my midstream break.
Since those distant days of the beginning, almost a century ago, these sturdy little steam engines have made their way across the 50 million years old backbone of Irari. In English, the abode of the eagle. As the trains huff and puff into Llanberis station, where passengers for the next journey have been queuing up, the satisfaction on the faces of old and young alike bear testimony to a trip of a lifetime. And looking back at the track which transports body and soul into the realms of silence and beauty, truly the abode of the eagle, one has a sense of achievement. The dream of a mechanical way to the summit had become a reality. A tribute to those pioneers who built the railway and those men and women who still operate it today.
Alright, so we'll go full screen. Turn the volume up a little bit. Oh. Well, how about one more game? One more game at full screen, and then we'll go, and I'll do my midstream break. I'm gonna go full focus on this. I'm gonna do something I normally don't do and not say a word after this, so I'm just gonna stay quiet for a minute. I don't like dead air on my streams. I like to say what I'm thinking, but I'm just gonna focus, see what kind of score I can get right at the end. Because I don't know when the next time I'll be playing after this is. Thank you, Bubbles. No, doggone. At least we're back on the upper table. We got 50K on the first ball. Nice. This, no matter what, this will be a last game I could be not totally ashamed of. Whenever there's an exclamation point with a word on it, like on my ticker or in the or on the layout, that means if you type that in, something you can activate something. Yeah, like on the tickers, like at the bottom of my streams, whenever I have like those exclamation point this, exclamation point that, that means you can type that in, and usually triggers some additional information or about the game I'm playing or something like that. I have those two on a timer that's been going off every 20 minutes or so throughout the stream. And you saved Pauline. And can we... Oh my gosh, we got to 60,000. We've only lost one ball so far. Yeah, I'm gonna be stopping for a while. It explains it in the link, but yeah, there's in terms of like scheduled stuff, there's not gonna be anything for a long time. If something unique happens, like oh, there's gonna be a Nintendo Direct where they revealed the new Zelda, I might be, if I'm able to, I might go on, you know, to do a live reaction to that. Or if a unique game comes out that I really want to play immediately, but that's not especially likely because. I mean, I explained the sort of challenges I'm facing in the link there. Like, just putting this together that I'm doing right now took hours, and it should have taken, like, 10-15 minutes. And this is a very basic layout that I already had partially made. And it's getting to the... I was kind of at this point, it's almost as soon as I got the computer, frankly, but it's all I could afford. And, I was, you know, I was considering, pulling out back in January, but I thought, yeah, let me see if I can at least make it through halfway through the year. And I'm glad I did, but at the same time, especially right towards the end, it's a lot of the reasons I was considering, stopping streaming for the long-term future also kind of made themselves apparent. So we're gonna get a bonus ball out of this. Are we going to break 100K? 90, 1, 2, 93. We're going to get close, and this bonus ball should let us get to 6, 97. The bonus ball should allow us to get to 100K. And almost. Yay, we got to 100K, so a respectable last game. And we got our outline stoppers going, and I think we've earned. Yes, I didn't want to use it so soon, but I was gonna say I think we got at least one ball save from Bubbles stored up there. And can we get to 150K? And that'll do it. Okay, so how about we go over to...
I can't make sense of this.
That is not...
This says loop line here, which implies that
that is not what
area
we're supposed to be seeing right now.
Is the loop.
Okay, that's more like it. So, drop a credit for my artists right there. And while I'm doing this, why don't I get the... I'm going to get the sound ready. For Mario Party, we need to get negative 22. No, actually, this does not have... Actually, we're going to have to switch back to negative 22.0 decibels. 111.6 for my own mic. So, okay, so we're ready to go. Now, well, it's not a matter of being hard on myself. It's just that I want to do something different than what I'm doing now. I want to, you know, incorporate things like, you know, maybe some storytelling elements. You know, actually make use of a little bit of the lore that is gone into some of the artwork you're seeing right now into the streams. But and there are a lot of streams I want to be doing with specific games that I want to play that I'm not really able to do right now. In addition to that, when it takes me 2 hours to do 10 minutes worth of preparation, and it's really pushing my ability to even put the streams on to begin with the amount of free time that have to invest in this. You know, you've seen live You know, I'm not just doing this to complain, but I'm just to, you know, to address my audience. You've seen live, when I click on something, something should appear instantly, and it takes 5 or 6 minutes to get it to work, just to change some text that's on screen, just to import an image, things that should be instantaneous. And when it comes to having those kind of layouts, with every click I make to assemble a new layout for a game, you know, it really is flirting with the limits of the amount of free time I have to spend on a stream. And I don't mind spending 2 hours to do 2 hours worth of work in preparing a stream, but when it takes 2 hours to do 10 minutes worth of work to get a layout ready, or to modify my tickers with my stream numbers, you know, things like that, you know, and then risk my broadcast software crashing midstream to do basic things like switching between my scenes. You know, it's really, you know, I enjoy doing this, but it's, you know, it's unfortunate. So that's why, for a lot of the things I want to do them to a level I'm happy with, and be able to put in an appropriate amount of time to do these things. So I'll be back in a few minutes. And actually, let me, while I'm doing here, before I start the timer, let me start up Mario Party Superstars, so that when I come back, we could jump right into it. Actually, no. Okay. I'm just waiting for it to load. And we skip. One thing I will say, the only complaint I have about Mario Party Superstars is how nested these menus are. You have to go through like 3 or 4 menus just before you get to the title screen. And then once you're in the title screen, it's like... I hope so too. In fact, I hope to be back in gear. I would like to... I mean, if you read the Pastebin article, you can see, you know, my intention, but my intention is to hopefully be able to start up by the time Pokemon Violet and Scarlet come out, or whatever they're called, later this year, but I don't think that's especially likely, but I'd like to be able to cover Pokemon when it comes out. Alright, so I'll be back in a few minutes, and so thanks for sticking with me, and we'll be ready to jump right into Mario Party. You don't even have to set up the game or anything. thanks everyone who's here. Okay. Alright, I just want to make sure my mic was on before I go back on camera. I forgot to add Mario Party Superstars to my stream deck, so I gotta click on it manually. There we go. Alright. So look, it's all queued up, it's all ready to go, and we can just jump right into it. I didn't realize I could save a game before, at like the starting point. Like when you leave, it kind of auto-saves. So I didn't expect to be able to just... I thought I'd have to... Because in like Mario... yeah, I'm sorry, but I really think that this'll... I think it's the best thing for the channel. Like in terms of the quality of the streams I could do either now or in the future. Because like I have been in a bit of a holding pattern waiting out for certain things that didn't quite pan out. Not that I'd be fundamentally changing my format, but there are a lot of... Well, let's see. I could either go that way. You know what? I'd need to... 10... I'd lose... I'd have to earn more than... I'd have to earn... I'd have to get at least 13 coins in the first minigame in order to be able to buy a star there. But let's give it a shot. And my next stream is still going to be the Sonic stream I planned, but we are not going to pay the 6 coins. So we're already, I mean, and the thing is, what my thinking is, now that I'm in a, I have a red spot. It's most likely that those are the other characters are going to get blue spots, which will put me in a 1v3 minigame. And a lot of 1v3 minigames offer the player that's out a pretty decent chance of earning more than 13 coins. And if I do get less than 13 coins, I'm still on a good path to be able to have 20 coins by the next time I get to Toadette. If none of the other characters can get at least 20 coins. See, look, 1v3 minigame, just like I was planning. And come on, come on, come on. Quicksand Cash? Oh no, not Quicksand. Quicksand Cash would have been a bit... No, there's no way. Darn, if I got Quicksand Cash, I would have pretty much been guaranteed to get. Alright, so I've got... This is the first time I've been it in this game. I've played the players crushing, not the player having to flee, so... Let's see how I do. Ooh, this game is really tense. This would be like most Mario Party minigames, this would be a lot better with human players, but it certainly is a lot more tense with being it than being one of the people that are crushing. Alright, so I got... How did Peach also get... Hold on.
Mario time. Luigi time.
Yeah, so not quite. You don't have... Wait, am I really going to... Okay, so next turn, I've got it. I've got this star next turn pretty much, because Peach doesn't have enough. So yeah, if the character doesn't have enough coins, they're just not going to go near it. I think that's one of the quirks of the AI with this. Now, I'm depending on Mario not using that chomp call though. That's one thing. Peach can't use it because she just got it this turn. I'm relying on Mario. Wait, Mario just got that this turn, so he can't use it yet. Okay. We're in good shape. We're in good shape. Item bag. I've never saw that before. Oh, okay. When it said hold on items so you can't get any more, I thought that meant that you could hold unlimited items. I'm like, that is such a doggone broken item. Yay. Alright, this is a fun one. Yeah, it's whoever spends the most total time under the cloud. And of course we are nourishing a piranha plant, which is one of my favorite Mario creatures of all. Because I love monsters with big chompy mouths that have no eyes or real face. Mine is the best. He's all ready for Smash Brothers. And we're in nighttime mode now. Please do not use. Damn it! He's gonna use the chomp call. And of course, it has to be clear to the other side of the map. But oh well. That's Mario Party for you. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, let's buy the... Let's buy the double die. And we're gonna get we're gonna land on an item spot, which is nice. And I went for the custom dice block. Oh, we got the cursed dice block, which I can use. Okay. On someone else, I believe. Uh-oh. Come on, let me get some stuff, Peach. Okay, I can't skip this. I just have to sit through this. And well, Yoshi lost out, but at least I wasn't involved. I either want to be uninvolved or getting stuff. I don't want to be involved in losing stuff. Alright, our first 4-player minigame. Actually, no, it's not the first. Second 4-player minigame. Blade or Skater? I don't think I've ever seen this minigame before. No, I haven't. Okay. It's from Mario Party 5. No wonder I never heard of this. I never played it. Okay, let's go. Oh, doggone. I was doing good at first. I was doing good at first, and nah, I ended up coming in last. What's going on here? Okay, nothing.
Mario time!
And I am officially involved. It looks like I get 2 coins out of this deal, so okay. No, I get 4 coins. Now let's go ahead and... Now let's get some good rolls, please. Okay, now 5, 8. So an okay single dice roll. Might as well buy another double die. Oh boy. I wish you could play as Pinky. I didn't mean to... I keep accidentally pulling up reaction things. Okay, once I got stars and coins, I was just trying to aim for anyone other than me, because I didn't want to be involved. Okay, I see now. Alright, I just forgot how the stickers thing worked. I mean, there's no point using those single player when I have no other human players that I'm playing online with, so... And we're getting Manner of Escape. I don't think I've ever seen this minigame before. I've never seen this before. From Mario Party 9. Find the door that leads to the floor below. Be the first to escape the manor to win. This looks like doggone Hotel Mario. Okay, you don't use the buttons. You just use the... Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's give it a shot. Oh, I didn't realize I went to the next level. I'm so... Okay. I won. Oh, or I got first. I don't know if there's any prize for second, but... Like the blue flames in the gas lamp there. An upset. Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Mario time.
And... oh, he gets a key. Now, let's use that double die while we have the chance. 5. Come on. Man, 8 again. I could have... I have the coins. Let's do it. There we go. First star, here we come.
You got a star. Yes. Here we go.
Okay, look at that. She got lucky. She should have like 22 coins now? Oh, 23, excuse me. I was one off. Bonus minigame. We're get 20 coins for the winner of this. Oh. At least, possibly up to 60 coins are going to enter the game, enter the I will enter the game in this with this mini game. So, all right.
Start. Oh yeah.
Mario. Luigi, look at that death stare. Look at Mario like, Mario, you suck. What's wrong with you? I mean, once you lose, you might as well just try to... that's what I'd always do in this game. Once I lost, once I was out, I'd always try to make my head as small as possible. Okay. Mario, you got small twice, but we still win. So a total of 60. You know what? In the original game, like, whoever lost would sort of spiral out into the background. I guess they could say that a little too grim or vicious. I don't know. So we're on turn 6. We are now 20. We're now past the first 25% of the game. That's a powerful item for Mario to get right there. Yeah, let's just go ahead. Let's see. I'm hoping for a good item this turn. I got exactly what I was aiming for. How about that? I wish I had announced it. I know there's certain forms of pool where you have to announce what ball or pocket you're aiming for before you're allowed to use it. So Golden Pipe for Peach, that's an instant star. That just takes her straight to the star. It's the equivalent of the Magic Lamp from Mario Party 2. And this is a Mario Party 2 port, so how about that? But in the Mario Party 2 version of this item, once you used it, it warped you directly to the star. Here, it warps you to the spot in front of the star. You still have to roll your die. I mean, you're still guaranteed to get to the spot. Oh, wow, I just noticed that. Look, Koopa in the background, Koopa Troop is actually clapping. And I wonder if that happens no matter where on the field he's at, because only in certain spots would you necessarily be able to see that yourself. So Toadette is now basically on the other side of the field from where I'm at. So we're going to have to scramble over there fast. But there's a possibility that Peach could use the Chomp Call once me or someone else is close. Balloon... Okay, I don't think I've ever played the Mario Party 2 version of this game. Well, it certainly seems to control a lot more forgivingly than the Mario Party 2 version. I feel, you know, I genuinely feel... I feel like I have significantly better control. I feel like this controls a lot more smooth. Much more smoothly. Okay, I got lucky there. Frankly, that is a minigame that should not have a time limit, because the nature of the game, it's not like it's going to go on forever. Someone's eventually going to lose. That's a minigame that does not need a time limit, because we almost got a draw on that, which would have sucked. When your bank operates as a lottery, is basically what the Koopa Troopa Bank is in Mario Party, but... Uh-oh. That's a scary item for him to have. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for the regular dice block. No use getting out our big guns until I get a lot closer to the star, especially with not one but two chomp... No, they're actually three. Two held by Mario, one held by Peach. 3 chomp calls on the field, right... Oh, and of course I land on the Bowser space. But I could come out unscathed. We'll see what happens. It's not especially likely, but I could come out unscathed. I just lost half my coins. Could have been a lot worse, so I'll take it. Yeah, that jackpot's growing pretty quickly, actually. It's so sad with the way the keys said, the flavor text on the keys is like, I'm sorry, I'm going to miss you, and I'll remember our time together forever. I'm like, do the keys die when you use them? Like, jeez. That's not a bad get, Yoshi. Minigame time. 1v3, come on. Tackle, take... Do I know this game? I don't. Alright. That was... I mean, it's a win, but it didn't feel very satisfying. I mean, I won, so I shouldn't complain, but it's like that. That's one of those games that definitely is going to feel better with human players. Man, this is the second time someone's won the jackpot, and both times they got about the same number of coins. Now, okay. That's a good dice roll. Okay. I do want. I'll get another. Okay, we're almost back to where we were before we ran into the Bowser space. Good. Now I know what I'm gonna do next turn. I'm gonna... Probably not the most prudent thing, but... It might be a little... I mean, actually, the time to use it might have been last turn, but... Okay, 4-player minigame. Mushroom mix-up? No, Rock and Racer. Mushroom mix-up is fun. Oh yeah, it's this game. Wait. Oh, okay. Alright. So this is basically a really slow, methodical version of a slot car rally. I'm catching up on Mario. No! Oh my gosh! I did not realize that they did not explain that in the rules of this mini game, that you had to time it so that you had to hit when the things were orange. Okay, I won already. Okay. I thought I had to do a complete lap. I didn't realize that was the finish line. Alright. I was ready to play for like another like 30 seconds. I thought the... Okay. I'm doing good with these mini games.
Mario time. Luigi time.
And... I forgot to use the item I planned on using, but... If I get it, I might be able to win a better item anyway. Okay. Alright, I got some more coins. I forgot to use the item I was going to use, which would have been... Unless she rolls between a 1 and a 3 now. Why would she... That AI is terrible. She's like almost... She's guaranteed to get to the... She was guaranteed to get to the star within the next 2 turns. Unless she was... But she didn't even have enough coins. This AI... this AI... I can't even. I'm complaining because the AI wasn't playing smarter, which is a strange thing to complain about, but... Night Light Fright. Oh yes, this is basically you're just playing chicken here. Okay. This is yet I keep saying this repeatedly, but this is that's another one of those games where playing with humans is definitely going to be better, because these AIs, they flash so early that once they're all flashed, I know I'm going to have mine be the closest. So. Not bad, Mario. Okay. Might as well use this just to... I'll use it on Yoshi. Yes, I want. The double dice block. So now I have 3 sets of double dice blocks. No, I have 2 sets of double dice blocks and 1 golden block. And Yoshi was my main competition getting to. So next turn. What? Okay, here we go. I don't think these ever contain stars in this version. Mario Party 2, those actually contain stars sometimes. I guess I consider that a little too OP. Ooh, good thinking. Good thinking, Peach. That's... I know I called out our AI before, but that was a pretty slick move. Alright, 4-player minigame. X-Ray Payday. I'd love to see what that is, but Snowball Summit. This is you build the snowballs and... Okay, you mash B to make the snowball. Alright. Let's go. It's just me and Peach now. Ooh, that was close. You turned your back to me, Peach. That was your first mistake. And only mistake. Because she was playing pretty good, actually, before that. Make sure I'm not dropping any frames. No, I am not. Looks like we're doing okay on dropping frames. Alright. Well, that means Peach basically used that chomp call on me for nothing. Oh, it's still rather directly in my path, so I don't mind. Alright. Oh, and by the way, we are now in the back half of this game. We're on turn 11 out of 20, so we're now more than 50% through. Triple dice. I forgot those were in this game. Wow, he got another in the same turn. Yay, he got rid of the chomp block, the chomp call. Now. Those first couple on top are pretty attractive if I get either one of those, but... I mean, I'd rather get the... That's something I already have. I don't really need it. Just get rid of one. It's kind of a bit of a waste, but... Because if I got a regular blue spot, at least I would have gotten 3 coins out of the deal, but... Minigame time. Another 4-player round. Pushy penguins. This is one of those. Just want to go. Where? Okay, here we go. Just want to go off camera for a second. All right. And I see. I clicked to turn my. Okay, there we go.
Start.
Yeah, so by going all the way to the right, I'd have less of a chance to see what's coming, but I have more time to respond once it's on screen compared to if I stayed on further along to the left. All right. Oh, that's a really those first two are... That's a decent roll. But he's still basically like half a game away from getting to the star at its current point. Mario and your darn chomp calls. Alright, let's see how close we are. When I... Okay. Okay. Where am I? I am here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The border... The barrier is there. There's a barrier there. If I roll... Now could be the time to... I wish it said... So it's moon, it's cloudy, so... I'm going to go ahead. Use our custom dice block. No. Use our custom dice block. No. I'm gonna roll a 7. And we have the chance to... Yes, we're gonna buy that triple dice block. Come on, let me get some coins, or... Seven coins. Now I just need Yoshi, neither Yoshi or Mario to use the chomp call before my next turn. Crazy Cutters. This is one of those games I was terrible at as a kid, but I'm better at now. And there's some of these mini games that are the opposite, where I was good at it as a kid, but I can't really play it as good anymore. Well, I think they did a better job making it so that the characters don't obscure the outline of the figure you're trying to trace. Yeah, I don't think and Mario Party 1, I don't think I ever won this as a kid. Mario Party 2, I think I was maybe a little more forgiving with the way it scored your work in Mario Party 2. Yeah, I might have to set, next time I play, I might have to set the AI a little harder. Mario, do not, Mario, do not. All Mario has to do is do not. Damn! He's gonna do it. He's gonna do... Oh, okay, good. Alright, this is great, There's no way he is getting to, all the way to... And I was good at interpreting the, time of day symbol, because it looked like moon, like nighttime turning on to day last turn, so now it's daytime again. Alright. What you gonna get, Mario? Yay, skeleton key, not more stupid chomp calls. And he still has one at his disposal, too. So we've got to get crafty. Alright. And use that triple dice block. You have to roll really good here, though. You have to roll at least... You have to roll at least... Okay, we've got it at this point. Or... Nice, okay. Just gotta pay this guy to get out of our way. And the reason I had to check the time of day is because these thwomps do not move for you at night, even if you pay the money to pass. No, I do not. And we get our second star of the game. Next star location is... Not too far... Yeah, it's right along our path as well. It's not behind us, it's ahead of us. But Yoshi is in its path too, so we're gonna have to race into that next star.
Here we go.
Only one coin away. Now, Peach is... Why use it now, though? Huh. Why would she use... Peach is... I think they... Wait. Oh, she had half-price stars? Why did... I don't know why she had a... Did she get... She must have rolled on a your next star is half-price square that I did not notice. Now that AI move makes more sense, but I'm not sure... Based on other things that the AIs have done in this particular match, I'm not sure if that would have even mattered or not. Yeah. Okay, she must have went on your next star is cut in half, or it was just RNG that the star happened to be half-priced. It's gonna be coins, unless... Wow, okay, that's... And all the time I've been playing Mario Party Superstars, this is the first time I've seen a character actually win a star for one of these random bonus blocks. Which now places Yoshi in second place, making him the only character aside from me to even have a star. This is one... I know I probably say this every time this comes up, but this is one of those more, I think, more iconic Mario Party minigames. They almost tried to... You see, they tried to bamboozle me with the shape of the cutout there. I win. Sweet. No, actually, no, I forgot. Peach... Well, how did I forget that Peach had 2 stars already? You just got one last turn. Why did I think that when Yoshi got that bonus star, it was the first star aside from me in the game? That's really weird. Yeah, that was just... I don't know why I thought that. Let me just while Mario takes his turn, let me just check. And make sure I actually, I'm not dropping a bunch of frames. No, it looks like we're in okay shape. That's 20 coins. And I use my next item. Use the double dice. Wait a second. Wait. Huh? Okay, alright. I got confused because the animation for using the equivalent of a double dice was different from Mario Party 2, which I spent, 25 years or whatever playing, so... Yeah, we're gonna go for the triple dice again. Come on, star. Okay, coins. Free coins, not bad. I'll take it.
Here we go.
Man, what a high roller. Did she seriously just divert herself away from the path to the star just so she can get a lucky dice, land on a lucky space? So I gotta scratch my eye a bit. I mean, it goes without saying, you can see what I'm just doing on camera, but still. Yoshi. That star sniper, he actually managed to get it.
You got a star.
So I hope the next one just shows up right in my path. No, it's actually probably one of the furthest possible spots away from me. And it's right in front of Mario, which is event space. It's turned straight to night. Oh, hey, nothing fancy. Yeah, I've been streaming for a number of hours at this. I really do appreciate the offer, but I've been playing for a number of hours, and I was actually kind of winding my stream down. And I don't want to go into a game that's just starting and sort of be like, really worn down and not be able to play well. But I do appreciate the offer. Nothing fancy. I hope you're able to grab a fourth soon, and that your game goes well. But I've been playing for many hours single player already, so I don't want to drag your game down by having a sort of exhausted player jump in at the end for multiple hours when I've been streaming for hours and I'm about ready to call it for the night. Yeah, because we're on turn 15 now, so we're in the last quarter of the match, and we've got so only 5 more turns left, so we're 75% of the way through the match, and at the end of this game I was gonna call it. So yeah, if it was right when I was starting, maybe, but it's a very polite, that's a nice offer. I never had that happen before while I was streaming. Uh-oh. Bowser Space. Now, this is probably going to bamboozle Mario, but it could come back to haunt me as well, so we'll see what happens. Oh, because he was in 4th, he got some free coins. Actually, let's look at the board. Let's examine our situation. Let's use the double dice block. Oh, come on. At least we got a 10 out of it, but jeez. Okay. How about... It's time to start thinking in terms of end game. You know, start getting us these custom dice blocks, because in a stage like this where your progress is maybe impeded depending on whether it's day or night, I think being able to choose how far you go and when you go is going to be very important. I'm going to aim for that top one, given what I just said. Double dice, not bad. So I got a full complement of items right now. First time someone's warped in this this range, in this match. That's a good way to get to the start quickly. That was a good warp. That was a good move right there. You know, I've been critical of Peach's AI earlier, but this is an actual pretty sensible move. Uh-oh, Peach, she has... I have gone from first to second. Next star at... Right in front of... Relatively right in front of Peach again, so... Mario has a good path to get to that star. Yeah, there's no reason not to... Yeah. Oh, I didn't... Excuse me, I misjudged the direction the board was facing. I mean, there's... Yoshi... If that was a human, they definitely would have waited to use that, because they're right in front of that star anyway.
You got a star.
No. Alright. So we've got a... Okay, so we gotta make 10 goals on this guy. And we'll be able to claim victory. Hey, it's like Mario Strikers, like bootleg edition. Oh, come on, that didn't count. Yes, we got it. We got all 10. That was close, but we got it. I like how there's a slight delay in the video feed, even though they didn't need to put that in there, just to make it a bit more realistic. In the stadium scene. Alright. We're down the last 75%. Even if I don't end the match with the most stars, I believe through bonus stars of how well I'm doing, I've got this pretty nailed down. Super warp block. Chase this with the opponent of your choice. Now that's a powerful move. Alright. I'm basically on the wrong side of the map at this point. Man, Mario's got a lot of powerful items. He's probably gonna drop the chomp block? No, he's gonna drop the... Okay. I mean, the chomp call, rather, but... Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I'm on the wrong side of the board. Let's get ferocious. We'll give ourselves a 10 right now. To get started. We'll buy another custom dice block to guarantee a 10 on the next turn. We have a ton of coins to spend, so... Yeah, let's... Item space. So we get to play the item minigame. Yes, I got exactly what I was aiming for. We'll drop that double dice block. Who will get closest to the star? If she... Peach is very close to getting a star. Yeah, he'd be silly. He's gonna use... Yeah, okay. He'd be silly not to use that that custom dice block at this point. Only 3? He could have warped... He could have given himself the star with that dice block, and he didn't. The AI frustrates me sometimes when it doesn't play. You know, I need to... Next time I play this, I'm giving the AI's hard difficulty. Because I guarantee if I gave him hard difficulty, I'm very sure they would have, but I have to focus for this one. And this isn't a race, this is about accuracy. The fact that I'm finishing first may have absolutely no bearing on if I win or not. And once again, it's not about a race, it's about accuracy. Hey, I won. Too busy looking at my own line to get a sense of where the other, what the other players were up to. I don't know. I think...
Mario time.
Just gonna swap with Yoshi. Put themselves right... Low... Darn! If Mario rolled low there, I could have used my own, warp block and took Mario's place and snagged the star from him. Well, let's see. This might be... Depending on how far away this next star is, that might be the last star of this game. That's purchased, at least. Ah. I see. Let's take an overview of things. I mean... Oh, okay. I see where the star is now. The star is nowhere... I thought the star was up by Kamek on the northwestern part of the board. Hey, Tundex, how's it going? Yeah, I'm on the back end of my stream here. I'm just playing out the rest of this Mario Party Superstars, and calling it for the night. And earlier I was watching a bunch of train videos and playing versus Pinball, which is a lot of fun. But now's the time, I think, to use... No. Need that. We're going to use... We're going to trade places with... Wait! I thought I got to choose for... I mean, that was still a good move, but I thought I would get to choose. Huh. Okay. And... Oh, doggone. Only 2. Hey, at least we got the event space. Well, not that that means anything. I do think... If this was Mario Party 2, no, I'm not. I'm just playing with AIs, and I've been streaming for a number of hours. I only have a couple of... 17. I only have like 3 more turns left, and that's all I have in me. Like someone just dropped in and actually dropped their room code and was like, "Hey, you want to play?" And it's like, sorry, like I've been streaming for a number of hours. I don't want to jump into your game and be totally petered out and not have the stamina to play for several hours, depending on how many turns they go for. So, alright. So, yeah, we're gonna use our custom dice block next turn. Okay, another 4-player. I was hoping, it's like, come on, 1v3, 1v3, you know, shake things up a bit, but... Oh, it's that awful, it's this minigame that I basically never won back in Mario Party 2, either as a kid or as an adult. Like, I don't get it. Like, it's like the rules are just that I lose. There's no amount of slowness I could do that actually lets me survive the chain jump waking up, and I don't, so... Of course you're gonna use the chomp call. This is probably going to... that was an appropriate reaction from the Luigi icon. I didn't mean to actually do it, though. Is that even closer to me? Yeah, that's actually... Yeah, I think that was even closer than it was before, so... Alright. 11. So we can get 10. Or we could do triple dice and try to get more than... We have to get at least 11. We're gonna risk it. We're gonna risk it. We're gonna play dangerously. We only have a few turns left. Okay, not good so far. Okay, okay, now we're in the running. Now we're in the running. Yes, yes, we did. Okay, that paid off. That paid off. Next star is ours. Alright. Yes, we are. Back in first place. With only a couple of turns to go, but this is Mario Party, so absolutely anything can happen. I can get totally bamboozled. Yeah, I know. Yay. It's like... Skeleton? Like, Westernland in Mario Party 2, I think, is the board that I most frequently use the skeleton key in. Every other stage, I barely ever remember using the skeleton key for anything. Alright, let's see what we get. Money belts? No, no, that'll be... And here we go, another minigame that I am absolutely shocked that Nintendo, especially in America, I'm surprised NOA alone didn't, like, veto this. Because when you go to virtual, like, if you didn't know, I don't know. I don't know. I have to, next time I'm going to set the AI for hard, because I think if I set the AI for hard, they would have went for it. Now, in the original Mario Party 1, there were games that had you rotate the control stick for certain games. And people were using their palm on the stick, and with especially that sharp analog stick, that hard plastic on the original N64 pad, was causing blisters on the palm of your hand and damaging controllers. Nintendo had to offer leather gloves for players to wear that they had to they shipped to you. They weren't even special Nintendo gloves. They were just generic, I think, fingerless gloves for you to wear while playing Mario Party. And that because of that alone, Mario Party 1 never made it on the Wii or Wii U Virtual Console. And because, I mean, and certain games that use the control stick rotation in Mario Party 2, they adapted to use alternating between pressing A and B or just jamming on the A button repeatedly. So, for Mario Party Superstars, I thought if they brought any of these games back, they just change it to use, oh, you have to alternate between pressing A and B. That would make the most sense. But no, they actually brought it back with the control stick rotation with a little on-screen disclaimer saying not to use your palm. And I'm absolutely amazed that Nintendo did that. And plus, I think using... Frankly, I just think using... Yeah, I mean, this game, like, using your thumb is like an instant lose. The only way I could even begin to be competitive in any of these games is using the palm of my hand. So I would have thought they would have at least adjusted the difficulty of those games, because some of the Mario Party 1 minigames that have come back for the first time since Mario Party 1, they have very clearly adjusted the difficulty to be a lot more forgiving in these newer versions. So, okay. Alright. Let's see how lucky I can get. It's not likely, but depending on the situation... And, I mean, thank goodness no one used the chomp call, but... Okay, guaranteed ending the board game turns with max stars. What happens in the bonus stars, we will see, but based on my performance, I believe the bonus stars are definitely going to be in my favor. Yeah, I ain't getting to that. I ain't getting to that before the end of the game. No way. Okay. Well, I don't know, huh? I mean, that's quite the jackpot there. I don't think anyone's going to get that, but... Yeah, actually, I think I can get to that next turn if no one uses the chomp call. I said it out loud. 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 But it could be even closer. Who knows? Oh, that stings. Right behind me. Yeah, now there's no way I'm getting it. So I know what I'm going to do next turn. I'm going to use my custom dice block to land on the bank space in the last turn for my last dice roll. Yeah, yeah, that actually frees me up to use my last custom dice block to get the jackpot for coins. Yeah, there's nothing especially attractive behind the gates in this map, so... The utility of the keys is questionable. And I do like that... Excuse me. When they're two AI players, it does skip straight to... It just cuts this chase and tells us the outcome. I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Alright. Mario got owned. Alright. Second to last minigame. Hey, it's a bonus game. There's basically nothing at stake. You're just going for as many coins as you can grab. This is from Mario Party 1. Man, if this was real, I would have scored big just then, but... I mean, you're trying to... I mean, there's almost no reason not to... If I was playing with human players, maybe actually fighting for these coins would be worth it, but... Oh boy, this game... I don't remember this being quite as big of a windfall in Mario Party 1 as it is now, but I have not played Mario Party 1 since the Clinton administration, so... Man, almost 60 coins, gee whiz. Yeah, those, like, windfall minigames, those only came up, like, once or twice in that I remember my entire time playing Mario Party 1. Yoshi has 3 stars, so if he does really good in bonuses, he's within striking distance, but final turn. Let's go. Just pay into that jackpot that I'm gonna take next turn. Or my next dice roll, rather. Alright. Okay. Okay. We're 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Oh, it actually says on... I'm so used to playing Mario Party 2. I'm not used to these quality of life things, like it actually saying on the map how many you need. So we're just going to 6, 8, 7, 8. There we go. Oh, yeah. I don't think I've ever gotten... I'm closing in on 200 doggone coins. I don't think I've ever had this many coins in a Mario Party game. Like, within any... Not just within Superstars, within any Mario Party game I've ever played, as I do right now, so... Peach. Yeah, good thing she didn't have a few more coins, because she would have actually been able to steal a star from me. Is anything bananas gonna happen? Nope. We're one final mini game. Oh, I don't think I've won this minigame once my entire life throughout every version of Mario Party I've ever played. This game is so ridiculously difficult for me. Like in the single player minigame quest, whenever I get to this game, it's just the end of the game. I just can't get any further, and this might be the first time I played it in this version, though. Huh. I'm actually vaguely competitive. This is the best thing I've ever done in this game. Wow, I actually won. That's nice. That might be the second or third time I've ever won any version of that minigame in my life. Hey, thank you. Rich bonus. I definitely won that one. Luigi, why are you crossing your fingers? You know you got that one. Locked down. Eventful bonus. This I could go to anyone. I have no clue. Oh, I got that one too. And Yoshi got it. I was gonna say, I was like... I would have... so many events were being landed on, I would have thought someone else would have landed on that. Yeah, okay. I know I've won this. It's nice that I'm glad I won. Yeah, next time down the line, I'm definitely going to set it for hard. And I'll, winner bonus times 2. Coin enthusiast and minigame master. Alright. So, yeah. So, that's where I'm gonna call it for this time around. Thanks for joining me, everybody. I'll be back a week from today on the 9th of July at 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. 3 p.m. that is. Do not come at 3 in the morning. But I will be playing Sonic the Hedgehog on Master System. The vanilla version, not the Valley Bell FM sound mod. Or that really cool looking mod that just came out that makes it more like the Genesis version in terms of the graphics and sound, with the same level design. So I'll be playing Sonic for Master System off an original cartridge using my analog Mega SG, which I'll be using for both. That's how I always play my 8-bit Sonic games, unless I'm playing the Valley Bell mod. I'll still use the Mega SG, but not the cartridge. They do have reproduction carts for the Valley Bell mod, but anyway, playing Sonic for Master System. And then, hey Azure Esta, thanks for dropping in and lurking. Yeah, Sonic for Master System, then Amazon Watch Party of the 2020 Sonic the Hedgehog movie, and then Sonic on Game Gear, which is how I started my first stream more than 2 years ago now. And that'll call it for my, once I do that stream a week from now, that'll call it for my scheduled streams for the long-term future. So that'll be it. This time I just want to drop a credit for my musician that I commissioned for this theme, and for the artist who did the art for me. So that'll be it for this time, and thank you very much for watching.